Thank you all so much for joining us tonight for the Chronicles of Wagadu here at Blackwater D&D. I've been so excited for this for like months, as you all know. We have an amazing show for you tonight. So we're just going to do some really quick announcements and then we will jump in on the amazing good times. A big thank you to our sponsors, Legend Craft, a nerdy woodworking company from Calgary, and Silverwing Armory, a paper products company from Ontario for all your RPG needs. Please check them out. And if you like anything we see there, enter the code Blackwater for a discount. Also, thank you to our partners for this episode, Twin Drums, for just creating Wagadu and all of that kind of good stuff. And we're so excited to showcase this all to you tonight. Our campaign artist, Tiana, who has done some unreal art that you have been seeing over the last little while that we've been teasing and promoting, and our dice goddess Keisha from Fairy Dragon Dice. Please check them out on Instagram. And for programming, we are back on Saturday for our regular campaign. But enough about that. Let's do this amazing thing. So I'm we'll do some introductions here and introduce the cast to you. Alan, why don't you take it away?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm Alan, based in Berlin, Germany. I'm the founder and game designer at Twin Drums. And we're working on the Wagadu Chronicles, as you can see. And the Wagadu Chronicles, it's an African-inspired fantasy setting. And it's both a 5th edition setting, as you will see today. And it's a MMO RPG as well, focused on role-playing.
Amazing. Alan, I'm so gracious to have you here running this game for us as the creator. It's like so awesome to have you here running the game that you created. So good. And why don't we toss it over to Briana?
Hi, I'm Briana, also known as Utahime Cosplay. You can find me at Utahime Cosplay on Facebook and Instagram, and also on Twitch, and Briana DeCoster on Twitter. You can also find me at Fable42. I am on a couple of different shows over there. You can find me on Wizards of Ukador as Kazana Moonshadow, and that's usually on Friday evenings. And then Saturday nights, you can find me as Ash, the Super Mutant Barbarian, in Vault 42, our Fallout themed campaign. And tonight I'm going to be playing Iniko Coco. She is a teenager. She's a balloon Emir, and she is a witch doctor. So I'm really, really excited for you guys to meet her.
Oh, thanks so much for being here, Briana. Alicia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alicia, or Alicia Marie Body, across all socials. I am a costume concept artist and fitness pro. And I pretty much do everything with RPGs. I'm on Fabled 42 like Briana, and I play Tipper, the robot artificer, on Vault on Saturday nights in Fabled 42. And I do a bunch of one-shots across the internet. So if you follow me on socials, you will come across them, hopefully. Tonight, I am playing Masimba. She's a spirit warrior and the living reincarnation of girl Simba, who is the fiercest lion in the savannas. You may call her Mazi. In the savannas, where her people, the Izingonyama, the lion blood, are settled, they call her Mokro Chakorera, which means chief of the fallen in the language of her people. She is 20 years old and the youngest and only female clan chief in all of the savannas. I'm very excited to be playing her tonight.
Yes. So great. TJ.
Hi, everybody. I am TJ Storm. I'm an actor. I work on all kinds of fun stuff, and I'm happy to be here and get to play with you guys. I am so excited I get to play tonight. I'll be playing Beelzebub, and I am Beelzebub Kikuyu, child of the great Sycamore. My people are called the Silver Leaves. We, unlike our brother, the Golden Roots, they are stuck in the old ways. I cannot stand it. But we, the Silver Leaves, we look to the future. We carry the seeds of the future and spread them among other peoples. Hopefully, they are intelligent enough to take these seeds and take them forward. I am Alawo. It is, how do you say? Wizard. It is an oversimplification of what I do, but no less, there it is. You are ready to travel with me now, I think.
Amazing. Thank you. And B.Dave. Oh, I think you're muted, my dear.
Let me just apologize in advance to Allan and everyone that speaks these languages. I'm from Arkansas. I'm not supposed, so
I feel that.
I don't speak them or so much more as chew on them. B.Dave Walters. I say words about things. You can find me all over the internet, almost every night of the week, doing something dope somewhere. Very excited about this here today. And I am Shaitani, who is a Daima warlock. Some things don't need to translate. You know what a warlock is. We are nomads and wanderers, and I myself am a Shumi, which is a chief of my particular tribe. But my journeys have brought me here today, so let us see where this goes. I follow in death's wake, waiting for our old friend to take us all.
So good. I'm so excited. This is the best. And I'm here at BlackwaterDnD. You can catch me on our main campaign on Saturday nights and all over the place as lore keeper and all of that kind of good stuff. Today I am playing a well-beloved character on our channel. I am playing Kamea, wife of Calliope Sky Singer, but maybe not now. So Kamea, as you folks know, is the queen of Wolfreen, but she has somehow gotten herself fallen into Wagadu and really only knows that my name is Kamea. I am from somewhere called Wolfreen, I think, and this is my most precious possession. I know nothing else. And I am playing a hunter, which is the equivalent of a ranger.
That costume is incredible, by the way.
It's amazing.
Also, y'all look amazing. I'm so excited. All right. Well, without any further ado, we are gonna roll that intro. Take it away, Allan.
Wagadu is a dangerous place, a land of spirits and ancestors, not a place for mortals like you. It has been around forever. Some say it's the oldest thing that ever exists. But it's a strange place. People don't come from Wagadu. People fall into Wagadu. It's like a sort of limbo. You're leading your normal life, having your family, job, everything, and then something happens. Wherever you were, your temple, your home, your smithy, you just disappear. And then suddenly you're in this strange world. No one knows why this happens, but it does. And you fallen are the blood of Wagadu somehow, creating civilizations, starting kingdoms, wars, and then ending and disappearing. It's a cycle each time. It starts and ends, starts and ends, with desolation and loss in between. And it's during one of these cycles that this story begins. It's a story of joy and meetings, but maybe of darkness as well. It's on you. You open your eyes, Chimera, full of pain. You're somewhere you don't recognize where. Something just happened, and you realize that you don't remember anything, basically, apart from your name, little else, and there's a sky above you, a beautiful blue sky. What do you do?
I immediately check my body. Am I injured? Am I hurt?
You're bruised, but you're fine. There's a lot of grass, very tall grass around you.
Okay. I stand up and take a look at my surroundings.
Someone pulls you. You didn't notice passive perception, but they don't want to harm you. They're just pulling you out of harm's way, actually. You can see something, a bull, like a buffalo, actually, just like really, really close to you. You don't want to be close to that, says a male voice behind you.
What?
Let's get away from the buffaloes. It's a young man with horns, just like yours.
Do I remember having horns before?
No.
I immediately put my hands up and... Oh, hello. Where am I?
I think you just fell, right? You seem very confused. And I guess the crater around us would explain that. You do notice that there's a smoking hole around you where you're standing.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's... I really don't know what's happened.
Don't worry, it's all normal. Let me help you. It's tradition to help the freshly fallen. Just follow me to the village.
Okay. My name is Kamea.
Lovely to meet you. My name is Ifa.
Ifa.
And I'll move to Masimba then. You wake up with drumming, Masimba, and you just had that dream again. Someone is in your skin tent and standing just at the entrance, waiting for you to wake up. Everything else is fine. You see like all of the bones hanging from the tent. There's a faint light coming from outside, the sounds, the voices of the rest of the tribe. But there's someone inside waiting for you. What do you do?
Waiting inside for me? Do I know them?
Yes. It's a member of your tribe, and his name is Yuku.
Never stand before me without announcing your presence. And Mazzy stands up and says, what do you want? And she stretches and picks up her spear. What do you want?
Great Mukuru Tawirika. He kneels in front of you. A messenger has come for you and apparently is very urgent. Apologies for disturbing your sleep.
That's not a problem. Stand up. And she hands her hands out to take the message.
Mm-hmm. It's like
read it to me, please.
It's like an old scroll, a papyrus, and he unrolls it and starts reading. It says, Lioness, you have been summoned to the village of Nokoto. Apparently, he seems surprised. It's the council of the high horns. Yes, it says the high horns. No one has heard about this council for decades, but yeah, it's their seal. It must be true. They want to meet you. Yes.
They want to meet me. When? Today? Tonight?
It says as soon as possible here.
I'm assuming I am supposed to go alone. All right, very well. I will bring one man with me, but I will enter the council meeting alone, but I never travel alone. Get my things, please. I must embark out today.
Yes, Lannis. I will join you if you allow me the honor.
Yes, please.
He scatters away, and I'm moving to Iniko. It's a bright day in the village. The houses are made of mud around you. They're kind of tall and look like cones, like domes, all covered in flowers. And the sun is shining through the branches of the large trees around you. It's almost like some shafts of light are going straight into the middle of the village. And must be some of the magic of the alawos of the village, but some big flowers are blossoming in the main square, just as you look at them. It's very distracting and beautiful. And then you start hearing some whispers as well. Come, we're looking for, where are you? It's time for you to join us. Yes, come into the forest. Yeah, leave those more, come. You're ready, aren't you ready?
Are you a friend of mine? Are you friends?
If next to you, another Mere friend speaks to you. Iniko, are you all right? Who are you speaking with?
Oh, I believe it's a friend. I hear them calling me. They're telling me to go I'm into the forest. Yeah.
Iniko, don't listen. You shouldn't listen to those. You know it's dangerous, right?
But why? I don't understand.
She looks around, flowers blossoming in her hair as she speaks. You know you're different. They want you in the forest, and it's dangerous if you follow them. Bad things could happen. Your parents told you as well. You know, right?
But I don't think that it would be bad. I mean, I don't know. How would I know if I don't try to listen and see who's calling me?
As the two of you speak, a vulture lands just on the ground among the flowers in front of the two of you. And it speaks like a human with clear voice. The Council of the High Horn is summoning Iniko of Wagadu. You shall meet them tonight.
Me?
The vulture nods and then flies away.
Oh, I hope I'm not in trouble. I don't know. Mom and Dad Mama and Baba have been very concerned. People have been saying really bad things about me.
Your friend holds your hands. You'll be fine. She seems very scared. It will be all right. Don't worry.
Okay.
Shetani, it's night and the moon is in the sky. You can hear the drumming and dancing of your people as they're celebrating the ceremony. One priest stands up in front of the fire, his wings, purple wings open, eyes glowing, and a little harp. His skin is very, very dark, completely shaved. He has some marks on his white glowing marks on his forehead, and he speaks loudly. Oh, Adessa, mother of the moon, embrace us, lead us all to the skies for tonight. May us celebrate the birth, life, and death that you've given us here in Wagadu. He continues in an ancient language, ancient Daima, that you cannot really follow, but you do feel lighter, and your wings feel like kind of very relaxed, very, very flexible. What do you do?
Is it a full moon by chance?
Yes.
Oh, then I stand up and unfold them completely into the moonlight, like, and I have a very large, very jet black raven that sits on my shoulder. That I just scratch his chin a little and I say, Wovu, perhaps we will fly together tonight. I love the ceremonies. They echo into the next world. The dead hear and dance as well.
Others start flying around you. You join them?
Oh yes, but like I fly. I feel like they're flying with this joy because it is. Our people can always fly with great difficulty, but during the full moon, it is very easy. So I feel while they are all wonderful and having this like beautiful time, I'm flying very low to the ground and cognizant of the fact that one day we all crash.
Somehow, thanks to your deep thoughts that distract you from the rest of the ceremony, you notice someone looking at you on the ground, just close to the fire. And they're not a daima, not a moth person like you. They are like a horned swallow, standing next to the fire, almost waiting for you to come down.
Them flying, I turn and look at my raven Wavu. And when I just nod at that person and I go, and the raven vanishes, turns invisible. And then I turn and land in front of this person.
Okay. It's a woman with long robes and antelope horns, and her face is painted white.
Do I know what manner of people she is?
Yeah, she's a swallow, one of the horned people of the grasslands. They're usually very peaceful folk.
I cast alter self and turn myself into a swallow as well. Just right in front of her. Yes.
Greetings. I hope I'm speaking with the right person. Are you Shetani?
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mbira, and I have been sent from the Council of the High Horns. They have gathered after 42 years, and they want to speak with you.
About?
I fear that's beyond the knowledge I have.
Did you travel here on foot?
Yes, I did. It was a long walk.
I do not wish to be rude, but I do not want to waste the moonlight on foot. I will give your regards when I arrive. And roll my wings back out. Head on in the direction of where I know it is.
Okay, awesome. Then, Baobab, the sun is shining bright over you. It's midday. And people around you are busy working. You hear like clanging sounds echoing from forges. Something's being built and you know what it is. It's like a new golem, a new creature in which to host ancestors and try and move them. That's the experiment of your village now. Trying to get an ancestor to walk within a metal body. No one has ever did this before, but it's exciting exactly because of that. There are 4 destroyed golems and neighboring houses as well, but that is part of experimentation. You see someone coming close to you. It's one of the members of your village coming towards the kind of grassy area next to the village where you were quietly meditating.
As I must, first off, it is entirely too hot. This sun has been beating upon my head for what seems to be hours, perhaps since the morning. But now that he is going to approach me, I must put on my mask because this is how I must interact with the people, for I am allowable. I reach down and put it on. Then I return. Okay, we are ready to deal with the people. How can I help you? Why do you disturb my meditation? And what is all this clanging? Can they not use hammers that are covered in skin? Would that not be smarter? It would be not so loud, I think. What do you think?
Master Alawo, that is a very insightful suggestion, but I do fear that the effects will be reduced by the layer of skin. Unfortunately, the forge is not like a library, Allow, as much as we would love to share the Juju magic with you.
But now you see my vision. A forge like a library. No?
Yes, Allow. I will refer it to the other villagers. He tries very hard not to show his facial expressions. Additionally, there is something you need to see. Something has appeared in the village and we don't know what it is. So we're hoping, Allow, you can help us decipher it.
It cannot be brought to me. I must go to it.
It's very heavy. I fear it will take too long.
Fine.
Apologies.
I get my staff and I stand and, oh, Pehuti. And I call to my sacred ibis. Basically, it is a large stork. And it lands upon my helmet because there are many branches in my helmet and that's where it likes to sit. And we follow. You do know where we are going. I do not need a map.
No, it's just in the center of the village.
Very good.
The houses around you are made of stone and metal, covered in thatched roofs, and some of them have smoke from forges coming out. Around you, there's just a few trees. Most of the wood is gone, but you clearly see the cliff where the village ends and where the sort of public space is with the view of the savannah behind. The sun is very strong and very bright today. There's not much interrupting your view, so you can see very far into like baobab trees, some river, some hills, another village. It's quite a beautiful view, but there's something smoking in the ground at the center of the square of the village. And that's where most of the others are as well.
I walk quickly to this smoking crater.
Here, Allow, they move. Oh, the Lao has come. Yes, let him do the magic. Let him check. Yes. And there's just a sphere in the ground, and it seemed like it fell from the sky, still smoking.
What is it in the ground?
It's not a fallen. It's not another one of us because there doesn't seem to be a person inside, but somehow it doesn't open. We don't know what to do.
Huh. I poke it with my staff.
Nothing happens.
Is it hot?
Yeah, so you want to touch it with your fingers?
No, I touch it with his fingers. Touch it.
Okay. It's hot, but it's fine. It's fine. Luckily, it's not too hot. He looks at you a bit worried.
Oh, good. Now I touch it. Okay. I try to roll it.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you touch it, you feel some psychic energy connecting to you, and it's calling you very powerfully. Do you want to speak with it or try to resist it?
It is knowledge. I cannot resist. I must interact.
Okay. You literally get sucked in as everybody watches in shock.
Shit.
So, yes. So we're now moving to when all of you meet. So you are at the edges of the Nokoto village. It's basically where the savannah and the rainforest meet, and it's a strange place. It's like a wall of trees, like with their massive trunks, buttress roots, lianas everywhere. And then there's like the flat grassland, and almost abruptly it changes. And in the middle, there's this tiny village, like almost nested between the trees and the high grass, with a lot of round huts with thatched roofs, very brightly painted. You're basically on the main road and kind of coming from different directions, but meeting at the entrance of the village.
Okay. So we're all just walking.
See each other coming out of the grass.
What time of day? What time of day is it by now?
It's very early in the morning.
Are there like flowers in that vicinity?
Yes.
That area. Okay. You'll see where Iniko is kind of humming and singing to herself while she's picking up different flowers and grass and different things, and she's kind of putting it in her little sack and just humming away and picking the flowers.
Is Kamea in the village, or is she coming towards the village as well?
You're coming as well, yeah. But
okay. Anywhere there was grass, I would just be running my fingers through it and just trying to get a really good sense of my surroundings, just really, really keeping an eye on everything. I don't know anyone. I don't know anything about what's going on. Just really trying to get a, like, you know, reaching down, touching the dirt under my feet. And there's like a wistful, kind of lost look on Kamea's face as she walks into the village.
Does Kamea currently look like a tiefling?
She's a swala.
Oh, okay.
So she is
So
a
just
swala.
right.
Yeah. So she carries a bow on her back that she's been given, some arrows, and the jewelry she has on, and that's it.
Shitani is leaning heavily on his staff, almost like it's out in front of him, and that huge black raven is sitting on his head with its wings out, like keeping the sun out of his eyes. Very much walking like towards the town.
Oh, all right. Mazi sort of, she's, you know, right up there, stands right up forward and looks around curiously, slowly, just examining all the people she can see in the ground, and her first man or whatever is standing next to her. And she takes her spear from him and she says loudly, "Who called this meeting? Who?"
You hear a loud bang, and then all of a sudden, out of thin air, you see Baobab appearing.
"Did you call this meeting? You."
Oh, shit. Okay, look. There was a village here just a moment ago. I know it, but it is not. I see a lion blood, very large woman with a spear, armed. In fact, you are all armed. I see, an Aswala. The lion bloods and the Aswalas do not seem to get along. This could be bloody quickly, but before violence, I must ask, which way is my village?
I do not know.
Did you not call this meeting?
No. I have been told I just fell over there.
Oh, you are the last person I need to talk to. And I turn to Shaitani. Great.
They're all
a witch doctor. I put the protective symbols between me and Shaitani because... And now I turn to Iniko. No, I turn back to Masimba. What are we doing here?
We are all fallen. I'm asking you why you have called us here, wizard.
Don't kill me. I am just the fallen last.
You are all so loud. Is this how you normally are?
It is. I am known for my proclamations.
Well, this is Nokoto. This isn't your home, is it?
It obviously not. I am lost.
And afraid to die, apparently.
I take 2 steps away from him. That is just bad, all bad.
I make a point to step.
You have bad juju.
I make a point to step over his protective runes and just
draw new protective runes.
No witch doctor.
That would be me. I'm a witch doctor.
Excuse me. You can see there's like an emere and a swala standing next to each other. The emere has like flowers blossoming on her hair. Is your friend Iniko. And then the swala you never saw before, like a very tall, thin, very dark-skinned man with like buffalo horns. And the council is waiting for all of you.
The council?
What council is this?
The High Horn, the Council of High Horns.
The Council of High Horns that has not been together for 41 years.
That is correct. Exactly.
Who are the High Horns?
Can I explain who the High Horns are to them?
Yeah, actually, you can roll a history check.
First roll of the day.
Here we go. Roll a 1. Disbelieve. The High Horns are a myth.
I'm gonna. And Nico.
15
Coco goes up to the other guy.
10.
Okay, so with 10, they're familiar. There's some stories around them. 15, there are definitely apparently rumors. Sorry.
18, I'm sorry.
18, okay, 18, even better. Then actually they were, this council has been around for like 150 years since the beginning of this cycle. And somehow they're said, I mean, rumor goes that they're immortal, although no one knows if this is true. And they are known for having like very, very long horns. They're like swallows with very long horns and very ancient. And they've apparently helped Wagadu several times in the past.
21, if that matters any more than what you just shared.
Are they aligned with any particular group? Any lineage?
They're swallows. Yes, so they tend to be great. Sorry, Shetani, I missed your...
It was 21, if that,
21,
if that would reveal any more than what you just said.
So
like Kamea.
Yeah, additionally, you know that they are good, they're really, really good with space and divination. So they can do, they can see things in the past, in the future, and even move places or people throughout space.
Important point of clarification. They may be naturally immortal, but does this mean they cannot be killed?
Not enough. Who knows? Yeah.
Hashtag asking for a friend.
Oh my God.
ask just casually asking for my raven. It's fine.
So during this time, Coco has been going around. So she's kind of up in the swallow who's next to her friend, kind of like looking at him like up and down, kind of going around, and then also too around each of you. You kind of see her kind of pop up and kind of looking at, you know, your belongings and your persons, just kind of trying to figure out who and where you're from, and kind of, but she's not saying anything. She's just kind of
looking at
she might even sniff a little bit at your clothing.
When he sees you, and she's like, whose is this? Who does this belong to?
I'm Coco.
Well, don't eat that flower, child.
Most people call me Iniko. I'm Coco though. But oh, this is interesting.
She belongs to the spirits. Look at her eyes.
No, I belong to my mama and baba. I don't know what you're talking about. Also too, I think you practice the bad juju. I don't know about you.
Don't eat those flowers.
Practice makes perfect, child.
If Coco would come up to Kamea, she would just be like enraptured with the fact that there are flowers that seem to like bloom in your hair. Those are beautiful. Did you grow those?
Yeah, they just kind of grow. That's just I think it's just a part of who I am and the people of my village. Do you want some flowers? I picked some really pretty ones today.
I don't remember much, but I think I really enjoyed the flowers.
They're really beautiful, and you can use them for a lot of different useful things, like special juju, and you use it to help others. Mm-hmm.
What is juju?
Oh, how do I explain it? It's something that it flows in a lot of us, and it allows us to do really, really amazing things. And it's something connected to the spirits and our ancestors, and it allows us to show our power, the power that grows within.
Magic. You speak of magic.
I guess that's another way to put it. Mm-hmm.
Juju. All right.
Are these two having a meeting of the Ladies Growing Club, or are we here to meet with High Council?
The lioness is correct. You should not eat those, child. But Masimba, I like grunt a little bit and my wings unfurl. They're still beautiful, but it clearly takes effort. And I just bow slightly and I just say, I am Shetani of the Daima. I recognize a fellow chief when I see one.
I've heard of you and your village. I admire what you've done to control your people because they were completely out of line. I've seen them in my lands making a mess. Did you know that this is my Ilukwa?
It is fearsome.
If you say this correctly, I will give you a piece of gum.
I immediately look at the wizard because he seems like the type of dude that wants gum. You're muted, TJ.
I am quietly whispering to my bird to go have a look, a fly over this council. I want to know if they are in there, perhaps burning lavender. I cannot abide lavender, and I will not enter. So I will have him go take a peek and just make sure that it is okay.
I'll say the moment his bird takes off, I look and then I just go, and my bird takes off right after his
Bird wars.
So you see, the raven and Eve is flying into the village and disappearing. You both keep, of course, your mental, your telepathic connection, and they tell you that there's they feel a very powerful magic coming from the forest just behind the village. So there's something really powerful, and actually it stops them from flying inside. Like somehow they want to, but something keeps them from flying inside. Like very powerful magic.
I glance over to see if he senses what I sense.
I literally just nod and start walking forward at that point, like towards the, wherever they've gone. Yeah.
He practices the bad juju, but he is so cool. Okay.
And seeing Baobab's mask, Iniko is gonna grab her ononga, her mask that actually has one side of it is that darker red, and the other side is black. And she's going to put her mask on her face and kind of like get a little bit closer to where he's at. Like, I have one too. What does yours do?
I pause. Does her mask have any significance that I understand?
Are you planning?
Where did you get that mask?
It's
or her? Oh.
So for Iniko, her mask basically kind of represents the two halves, like that of her personality. Like everyone in the village, there's some that believe that she will become that darker side or give into that darker side, but when she believes that she's actually more of the good. So it's basically her mask that she wears when she does her special ceremonial dances in order to do certain spells, especially in regards to healing.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't steal that mask.
Why do you think I would steal?
Because you are Dwayne.
I'm not Dwayne. Do I look like a Dwayne? I have a face. I think it's a pretty good face too.
As soon as Masimba utters Dwen, the two that are waiting for you at the beginning, at the entrance of the village, rush towards all of you. It's all fine. There's no Dwen here. Everything we're safe. We're safe. The council is waiting for you. They look at Iniko.
Very well.
She's from the village.
Let us go.
We know she's not a Dwen. She's just a bit different.
If this council requires to see us, then perhaps we should all go over.
I've been walking. I just sort of like stop and I turn and look back at Kamea and I say, "You're new here, yes?"
Yes.
I pull out like what looks like a water skin and I just hand it to you and I just say, "It will make the morning bearable."
I smell it.
It is the strongest coffee you've ever smelled in your life.
Oh. She takes a big swig. I take a huge swig. Thank you. This is very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is that the best coffee? I must say that you should not drink that after 3 p.m. It will wreak havoc on your sleep, and it will make it so the next day is impossible. You will wake up later and later every day, and then you could become dependent.
I would like some of this.
I will say, for my people, the coffee it's a sacrament. It's a Ayama's blessing. So it is coffee, but it is special that I'm offering this to you. That I feel like people in this world, Kamea might not know that being new. The rest of you would know that it's special that I'm letting you have some of my coffee.
I would bow my head.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, after you, Shaitani.
You look at Coco and I say, I believe you have enough energy, young one.
Mama and Baba never gives me any either. I don't know why. Why can't I have it? I want some too. That's not fair.
And then I do keep walking. I do not give it to her.
I go. I follow Shaitani.
The two villagers look at Masimba. Apologies, Queen Masimba, but you're not allowed to bring your companion. We're so sorry. The Lion Blood looks at you. The two villagers insist. Yeah, you need to leave him behind. We're so sorry.
I can't bring my man with me. Why not? He doesn't smell.
We did not want to offend you, Your Highness. It was just what the council told us. Only the 5 of you should go to the glade.
Well, I don't know these 5, but they seem okay. The minute one of you looks at me cross-eyed, you will die. Do you know what this is? This is my ilkwa. Can you say that?
Why did you keep saying that? Why did she keep saying that? I walk away from her and do not look at her. I do not know what cross-eyed is, but it sounds bad. I walk away.
And then you just see Coco's eyes get big because she's like trying to do she's trying to figure out what cross-eyed means. So she's just kind of
say, Baobab, their weapon, the Ikwa, is because when it stabs you, it says Ik. And when they yank it out, it says Kwa.
Why does it have to say anything? You people are barbaric. This is horrible. Should we not go see the council? They seem more peaceful.
Smart with me, wizard.
Is she talking to me?
Put this together.
See, that really is why an Ikwa is called an Ikwa, by the way. It's a Zulu weapon, and that is incredibly dope. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I just like saying it. All right, very well. My man, you stay behind. Tell my people I will be back before the end of the night. And if I'm not, to come after me and bring the entire army.
Yes, we shall.
You so. Well, let's go.
Go in.
Walk on in. Yep.
Okay. Then you follow, crossing the village towards the rainforest behind. While you're crossing the village, a number of men and women, mostly Emere with flowers in their heads, start dancing and drumming to welcome you. It's a welcome dance, very recognizable to most of you. And they're just clapping their hands, dancing, and singing about you being welcome and meeting the High Council. Some of them speak to Iniko, behave nicely. We should make a good impression as a village. You want them to come back, and some of them are royalty, okay?
I didn't know. They didn't seem like royalty. They kept yelling a lot. I didn't think that's like, do queens and kings always yell that much?
Yes, they always do. So treat them nice, please.
Okay.
They look at all of you smiling and nodding and keep on clapping and dancing.
Coco kind of joins in on some of the dancing a little bit because she's like really excited to see everyone kind of, doing different welcoming dances and the energy. She likes it. So she's dancing with them.
Okay,
I am not dancing.
Yeah. So yeah, if you continue into the forest behind the village, I guess Iniko, you join at some point, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just like, I'm dancing as I go, like I'm behind them and I'm just like talking to the people, but also to like heading behind the rest of the group. Yes.
Okay. And as you walk into the massive roots of the trees, you almost have to climb them because they're so big. There's a lot of moss, a bit of a mist, and you really feel like you're going in another world. Like you have this feeling, even without being. For those of you who are not like magicians, you really feel the magic there. And then there's a small glade with a lot of flowers, bigger than the ones even in the village. And it's glowing. There's water. There's a little pond, and the water is glowing. What do you do?
I'd lean over to Coco, who seems to know about this place, like the village of Noroko. Does this always glow? Is water supposed to glow like that?
And would I know exactly, Alan, as far as just the details of the properties of the water?
It's a portal, but you've never been allowed to use it before. But yeah, it's a portal.
If it's a portal, Kamea knows that immediately.
Okay, then Kamea knows as well.
I'd stop.
It takes you to a different place. I haven't been allowed to go to the other side yet. There
is something about that feels very familiar. I feel like I've had a dream one time about a tree, and you were talking about how the magic flows through you, and there is something about this tree that makes me feel very connected to that. Portals.
Is it Grandma? Have you talked to her too? Have you seen her?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. She comes to me in my dreams. She's a big tree, as old as anything you can imagine. Very, very old. She doesn't like when you say that she's that old, though. So don't ever say that. That makes her upset.
I will not.
But it's really, really beautiful. And the ancestors are all around. But I've seen it in my dreams a lot. And I feel a connection to her. Is that the same? Have you seen her face?
I don't think it was a grandmother. I think it was of the tree itself. It seems to connect me to things. I don't know. This is all very new, but I know that is important.
And Coco takes Kamea's hands. I'll help you, I promise.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to make a good impression here. She would put her hand on the necklace that she's wearing. I feel very out of place. Like I'm supposed to be somewhere else. With other people. Someone I don't know. But thank you, Coco. I appreciate it.
I think a lot of other people feel like that. I don't know what that's like because I was born here, which is different from everyone else. But I do know that a lot of people kind of experience the same, where they didn't know they didn't understand what happened or how they got here. But it's okay. You actually fit right in. And then she puts like a little flower into Kamea's hair.
By the way, for Masimba, Shetani, and Bilbab, the piece of information that Iniko was born here, it's very concerning because usually people, it's either taboo or when it happens, it's quite dangerous. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, Coco, we're all a little different, I guess. So, I appreciate your kindness very much. Thank you.
Let's be friends.
Yes.
I do not know this portal, but I do know the other side. That is not where it leads.
Where does it lead?
I just step into it. Yeah.
Step into the glade?
Yeah. Yes. So you see Shetani glowing as well, and then turning into like glowing dust, like stardust, and disappearing.
We're supposed to step into this hole and just disappear without anyone telling us where it leads?
You can try and go back asking to someone.
Well, I don't wish for Shetani to be in there alone. I'm sure he is quite competent, but...
Do not be scared, Horned One. I like your necklace. Let's get this over with. And Mazzy would like to step forward, look back at Kamea and Coco, and step into the portal.
Seeing
Same happens.
Seeing the the lioness go in, I would follow suit and I'd wait for Coco to come join me as well. Baobab, will you join us?
I'll tell you what. Go, stick your head back through and let me know if it's okay.
Okay. And then I think Coco, like, after hearing that, because she said to go in there, because no one has told her to go in there before. She goes in to the other side. Let me know if she's able to.
You're not able to come back. You're not able to come
back. I know a thing or two about portals, and they don't always work like that.
Neither does disintegration rays. You see the thing does? There are many stories in the old ways. Some of them are very short, like this one could be.
Well, then perhaps we can have it be short together.
That is a beautiful sentiment.
Shall we? So, like, I extend my hand to Baobab.
Yeah. Oh, this may be my very last time to touch a female.
We walk in.
You all feel this ticklish and somehow like almost prickling feeling on your skin. And then bright light, everything goes white. And then you see stars above you, around you, below you. You are like in space, there's just stars everywhere. And then you see, as you're all floating, a giant white mask. Is round with slit eyes and has some black patterns, geometric patterns painted on it. Then there's another one to your right, another one to your left. There's like various, they're almost like a globe of masks surrounding you. It's massive, like in this strange, massive space. And voices whispering as well. You hear them more and more clearly. You passed the first test, the test of bravery, courage. You made it through. You did not have fear. Yes, you walked in, but that's just the first test of bravery test. Now the test of strength, blood, test of death, strength. The masks dissipate and there's grass now below you, but it's not, you're not back into the village. It's like the grass is reddish and is moving as the wind blows around you. It's like a grassland of red grass. The sky is purple and cloudy, and something is coming towards you. A massive bull with flames coming out of its nostrils and glowing red eyes. I will test your strength. Roll for initiative.
Oh,
man. I'd like to imagine you all just come to the portal and I'm already there, like.
Oh God.
So I have 5.
18.
I rolled a 2.
I'll put it in chat, but I got a 22.
Oh yeah, push you can.
Wait, so I do I get advantage on initiative or no? Or is that a different level?
I don't remember.
Sorry.
No, sorry, go.
Advantage on initiative from what? From where?
Do I get advantage on initiative? I'm wondering. I don't know.
If you have alertness, you get advantage from initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, is it class or race or like I don't. I'm from what would be the source of your advantage?
7. Oh.
I was about to say the answer is a definite maybe.
I don't think you do from barbarian.
No. That's ridiculous. We should. Jeez.
I have a question. Were the whispers similar to what, like anything that Iniko has experienced before?
No.
Different. Okay.
No, they sound very different. Okay, so it's Shetani first. You are all in range, so you could, with one move, get melee if you want, just for the record. Yeah, so all of you are faster than, unfortunately for me. Yeah. Yes. So what you do?
Bold of you to assume that I want to be closer to the big bull.
Yeah.
Information for everyone. Yeah. Information for everyone.
I just look at it and I kind of turn my head and I say, Strength. No. And I hold my hand out, and as my bonus action, I hex it. So that I want to give it disadvantage on dexterity checks. And then you see my antenna start to glow as like purplish blue light shoots out. Eldritch Blast.
Go for it. Yes.
Hold on. All right, I'm rolling here. That is going to be a big old 15. Is that enough?
Yes.
Hits. Beautiful. So that is going to be I'm doing a mix of like physical dice and D&D Beyond here.
Okay.
For 10 points of damage.
So you see, yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, please. Well, I was just gonna say immediately after I shoot like that, I just take a step behind Masi. Like, she seems into this, so I'm like, no, bang.
Okay. You see a smoking injury behind the buffalo, and you realize that it can be injured. So that's with magic. That's one good piece of information. Coco. Oh, sorry, it's a Kimea.
Seeing Shaitani fire and actually do damage to the bull, I am gonna knock an arrow, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to invoke my Planar Warrior feature, which is all of the damage becomes force damage, and then for my next attack, I can add 1d8 force damage if I hit. So I am gonna fire. I'm gonna fire an arrow. That is going to be an 18 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, great. So that is 2d8 plus 4. That is going to be 10 damage of force damage.
Yeah. Something weird happens as Kimea prepares the arrow, and you all see a flash of like a giant tree in the sky that appears briefly and then disappears. Very familiar to you, Shaitani. Like you've seen that trees or heard about it in legends, ancient legends about the beginning of your people, something mythical. And she seems to have a connection with it. The arrow is now stuck in the buffalo's back, and there's some purple blood dripping. Baobab.
I see that Shaitani has stepped behind Masimba, and I know from my studies that bulls of this nature usually like to challenge the most powerful, the strongest. Masimba is the strongest. So the worst possible place to stand in the universe is behind the biggest person on the battlefield. Which gives me an idea. Out of the grass, as I speak to the grass, I speak to the roots, and the roots recombine to create an illusion of the biggest warrior with large horns. And it stands out of the grass, and it is hopefully twice the size of Masimba. And it stands closer to the thing, challenging the bull. If it's going to attack anything, I want to waste its strength on something that is made of grass, that is not real. I cast Minor Illusion, and it stands there and makes itself big, and it stomps its foot and goes through the motion of what a bull does. I want it to see red and attack the nothing. And then I also sit down in the tallest part of the grass so that I cannot be seen, because I too have a large hat. And this is all in the exact opposite direction of the warriors, but within its sight. If it turns to attack them, I want its back to our warriors.
It seems to have noticed it, but before it acts, there's Iniko.
Coco, seeing what Baobab just did, is like, oh, you're connected to them too. So she goes down and she touches the grass, and then all of a sudden you see her form begin to shift. She ends up, you see where it's like her body becomes a lot larger. It's still narrow, but has really long legs. She then starts to sprout horns that corkscrew and are almost as tall as Iniko was in her normal form. You see across the torso of this creature, there's 6 vertical stripes across. She's turning into a greater kudu, which is basically like a really large, very horned antelope. And so but the one thing that remains the same is that this antelope, this greater kudu, has bright red eyes, like almost glowing. And so after she does that, that's basically her casting her wild shape. She kind of rears up a bit and then back down to basically kind of like almost in her own way challenge the creature in front of her.
Obviously, she is too close to me. I am walking on my hands and knees away from her. This is exactly what I did not want. And I walk.
And then Coco, you just hear because she can't talk. So
I hope she is not following me to say, I am walking away.
No, she's just like
I know what she's saying. Stay over there. Stay over there.
She's saying hi. She wants to be close to you, but you keep running away.
Masimba, what'd you do?
Okay, so she sees Bab throw. She knows you just threw a big animal. She sees Coco turn into an antelope, and she sort of steps forward, and she looks at her Spear of 9 Souls and puts it aside and says, I guess we are all cosplaying today. I call upon the spirit of the great lion Grosimba. And her hair starts glowing and her eyes flip back and everything turns yellow and she turns into the spirit of a golden cat. I would like to use, because she's the path of the beast, rage. And her tail sort of curls out behind her and it has these like weird like spikes on it. She would like to swing that tail straight out at the bull. How far away is the bull from me?
So if you do one move, you can it's like one full move you have to get
okay
there.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, it's because I was wondering about reach in general. So she can swing her tail to sort of like lash back, like get back with the tail at the bull. So tell him to get back. Because she does look like a golden cat now.
Are you going to make an actual attack or just threatening?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you rolling an attack?
Let's see, 1 second.
Yeah, go for it.
Are you guys going in and out on one ear? Some people going in and out on one side. Some people feel like they're going in and out on one side. Okay, never mind. Okay, hold on.
No worries.
Okay, tail. Oh my God, what is happening? That's a 5 to hit.
Oh no. Like the
bad dice. Bad dice.
The buffalo, the buffalo bull. Anyway, you are discharging the negative energies now. It's good. You will need more luckily. The bull, the bull steps back, but you have definitely caught its attention, and now it's its turn, and he just charges back directly at you, Masimba.
Okay.
You lion bloods, so proud. It speaks like a human almost. It's definitely not a normal buffalo, as you have noticed by now.
What did you say to me?
And you managed to easily dodge as you say this, as you reply. Yeah, I rolled I rolled a 1 actually, so like, you get to slap it on its ear as well or something. So it was really scary for all of you because you saw like these like horns with like dark flames coming out of it, but somehow Masimba is really fast. And Shetani, what do you
do? Watching everybody like changing their forms and this thing charged by, like, I still have it hexed, so for the time being, I'm gonna. Well, let me ask you this: we're out in space or in the plane of the stars? Is there a moon anywhere?
Good question. Actually, literally as you think about it, it starts appearing and moving very fast through the sky, and it's full as well.
Wings. Like take off.
Yeah.
But the moment, just move my move action to fly upwards, and then Eldritch Blast again. That is going to be 17.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. And that will be 14. Hang on, more than 14. Sorry, I apologize. I'm all over the place. 17 points of damage.
Okay. As the energy crackles on the back, you see that some of the previous damage is still crackling as well with additional hex damage. So it's it's starting to look a bit challenged, a bit wounded.
We'll say though, I just look down and I say, there's no reason to die here in the spirit world. Your strength is proven. You can turn back now.
You know what? Roll an intimidation. It's not easy. It's not, but you have a chance because you have done all of it. You have hurt it quite a bit, so there's a little chance. It's not easy, but
that's a 24.
Oh.
The Buffalo Bull steps back, a couple of hooves back, and turns all of a sudden into an old man with very, very long antelope horns, just like a simple red robe that is like just like one piece of cloth like hanging on the shoulder. The visible part of his chest and body is covered in white paint, but it's actually tiny symbols, like painstakingly hand drawn. His face too is has some tribal mark, like some deep cuts in his cheek that are like some deep scars, and white paint on his forehead as well. His eyes are white and empty. You passed the test. As he speaks, everything around you, reality itself, seems to start breaking and shattering, almost like glass. And then there's a strong scent of smoke, a fire next to which you are all standing, and you are in like a building. It looks like a very large hut. There's like a bit of a breeze blowing from somewhere outside. There's a tingling sound of bones and shells coming from the ceiling. There's a lot of them hanging in threads and ropes. And around you, sitting around the fire and around the five of you, there's at least 10 people, all very old looking swallows, with all of them very long or very large horns, most of them covered in white masks, tiny round white masks, and still whispering like before in this unnatural, unearthly way. You feel a sense of calm and a sense that there's no time here, that there's no past, no future. You're just here, and you could be here forever, or maybe you never were here. It's a strange, confusing feeling. A bit more familiar to you, Kimea, like you feel like you just went through this recently.
Seeing them there and recognizing that they're also Swala, and realizing that I myself am a Swala, I'm going to kneel. Mm-hmm. I'm going to kneel before them and bow my head.
Just as an aside, I moved my hex to my bird Wavu, because ain't got a lot of spell slots, y'all. Like, just hold on to this for a second, buddy. I don't kneel because these things are kind of abominations to me. I actually stand a little straighter, like, royalty to royalty type thing. I don't do anything like rude, but it is like flex a little on them. Stand there, yeah.
Coco is still in the Kadu form. She's still in her wild shape. So you hear like a humming, because Kadus make this kind of deep, kind of guttural humming noise where she goes close to Kimea, and because she remembers that the people in her village told her to be polite, she lowers the Kadu's head So it's like almost like you just see this the antelope's horns kind of bend down a little bit and then raise back up respectfully, as as respectfully as a Kudu could possibly do.
I am very learned. What do I know of these people? These things before me, these masked things. What are they, and in what station and what relation are they to me?
So based on the role that you did before history, you know it's them. It's the Council of High Horns. You know, why you know as well, 15, that they definitely have helped some Iron Masters in the past, but little else. And Shetani, for you, sorry, since you had 21, you definitely, you know that sometimes all of them gather, sometimes only some of them, and this is a gathering of all of them, looking at the number. Beobab.
I will then take a knee to show respect, but not submission. I lean on my staff and listen on a single knee.
Mazi would actually like to look over at Shetani and walk over and stand right next to Shetani. And like him, she does not bow, but she does stand quietly and looks at them. She sort of leans forward and nods her head and says, "Are you the people we've come to see?"
One of them stands up, jewels tingling in her arms. The white mask is floating in front of her. It's a very old lady with a flat chest covered in white paint. She's just wearing her robe on her hips. And otherwise she's naked and covered in runes, bright white runes. Even if her body is very old, you can feel some strength coming from inside her. Her horns too are very, very long, and they have jewels. There's jewels and chains connecting the horns as well. She takes some cowrie shells in her old hands and throw them to the ground. You see them dancing on the soil, on the flat terrain, and then kind of combining, merging, multiplying, and they start growing into something. They transform into a person that has like a lot of cowries covering the face, just like a curtain, but is an actual person, all covered in a curtain of cowries, and that has a hat. So the cowries are all coming from a large straw hat. I am the speaker for the council, and you are most welcome. Thank you so much for listening to their voice. You hear all the whispers around. Council of the High Horns, as a speaker, I want to announce and welcome our visitors. The whispers continue even louder, and then he says something in a language you don't understand, but you do hear your names as well as he speaks. Onyuchumbe akanyeha masimba ara inzingonyama eneha ekila eshe shetani onyomo iniko koko azirikt beobab anamasa eirt. The whispers continue loud all around as he speaks. Then he turns to the five of you. You may now speak directly with the Council of High Horns. He falls apart into cowries again. Don't mind him, says the old lady. It's just an old tradition. We need a speaker before starting. You know, we're very old people. Another one speaks. Yes, old people, old ways. Don't fear us and don't be confused. Yes, do not worry. We are here to help you. Another one speaks behind the mask. Yes, we want to help all the kings and the queens. Aren't you all? Beobab, the wizard to whom everyone listens, the Alawo of the village. Shetani, master of wings, of Yodaima community. Masimba, reincarnation of the great lion and only chief in the savannah. Kimea, queen of forgotten lands, and even you, Coco, of our village. a queen in the making of the spirits. Someone else speaks. Or maybe ruin. She might be ruin as well. Shh, it's her destiny.
You just hear that.
So one of them stands up. He looks a bit younger than the others. Very tall and thin. His horns are that of a goat, short goat horns. Actually, the shortest horn of all the council. But his voice is booming. We don't have time to waste. It could be that the 6th era is ending, and we cannot make this happen. Queen Masimba, you have had a dream, right? We couldn't see into your mind because the lion ancestors blocked us. Please tell us what you saw. If our worries are founded, you did have a dream, a repeated one, did you?
How did you know I had a dream?
We are the Council of High Horns. We see the past, present, and future. Your question is therefore futile, Queen. Laughter all around and whispers.
Right. This was my dream. I was standing alone next to the Tree of 9 Souls, the one I was found near, the one I fell near. Smelling the sweet sands of the savannas of my land and my people. The wind began to blow. I noticed a springbok dashed by. To my dismay, I noticed it had a dingleberry, but that is beside the point. All of a sudden, I heard a loud boom noise. The sky turned black. The ground beneath my feet began to crackle, revealing a river of blood at my toes. I put my hand in the crack in the ground and I pulled out blood, and the most excruciating pain I've ever felt coursed through my veins. There was a sharp light and everything disappeared. A voice told me the spirits may be weakening, which could mean the end of the cycle, the end of all of us.
Everybody's quiet for a while as Masimba's voice echoes in the dark, smoky hut. You have heard. The others, yes, I've heard. It's the dream, it's danger, death, destruct, blood, pain, hurt, bad. This is the news we expected, but not the news that we wanted. It's dark news indeed, bloody news. But it's a river. River, it's good. All the voices around you echo strangely. Yes, a river is good because a dam can stop a river. Yes, it can stop the flow, but only for a while. Eventually things end, but the dam can slow the end. And the end is coming too fast. Yes, too fast. Too fast indeed.
Why is it coming too fast? Why?
Another of the horned old ones stands. They all look at Coco. It's because of her. She's going to bring the end of this world, and you all need to stop her.
It is at this point I step away from Coco again.
This is easy.
I step. Oh, no, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
You see the Kadu's head kind of looking around, and you know the horns like kind of bucking up and down because she's kind of afraid now, seeing that people are taking kind of a defensive stance around her.
Kamea stands up, and I'm still right next to Coco, watching her be really uncomfortable, and I'm gonna just put my hand softly on like the back of her neck, just like a very gentle rub, and I'm gonna look towards the council. She said it was a choice. She cannot be all bad.
When she says that, she starts to lose the form of the Greater Kudu and to go back to her normal body. And you see tears kind of start dripping down Coco's face.
One of the elders stands up. Their hand just goes forward, and then from the soil comes like a root, then a branch, and some sort of tiny tree that becomes a staff. They hold it, and now it's like just a staff with leaves. And they use it to come towards Iniko and Chimera. Interesting, Queen of Farlands, Chimera. You have forgotten so much.
What do you mean, Queen?
I shall not tell you anything. If you were to know, your heart would shatter and tears will drown you. You have too much pain behind, you better forget. But you are a queen, and that matters because everyone here is of royal blood, and that is no coincidence. And you are right. There is a chance to save not just this place and the cycle, but maybe the spirit girl herself. He looks, his mask floating in front of him at Iniko. I suppose you want to leave, right?
Of course.
Maybe we can do something, but this makes things much harder for everyone else. So we will pose the question as a council to you, other 4 kings and queens, since you represent the lands around us and even faraway places. You can either end this here and now, take Iniko's life and end all the risk before she turns into the most powerful Dwen that has ever walked this cycle and begin the end, taking us all to the gods and the ancestors. Or you can cross dangerous lands with her and try to end her transformation. End this in peace. No blood shall be spilled, but unfortunately, the chances are high that all of your blood might be spilled instead. What do you decide?
I step forward between Coco and the council and just hold my staff up, and I just say, everything dies, everything ends. If she is the avatar of our destruction, perhaps it is meant to be this way, yes.
Basima steps forward and stares right at Shatani and says, what is this you speak of? You don't wish to save your people, our lands? You wish to perish because of a child you just met today? Explain this, Shatani.
You are strong and fearsome, but you are afraid. I do not fear death. It is an old friend, and we will all meet it one day. If we all meet it at once, what difference does it make? This girl is not our enemy.
I do not fear this girl. But at the same time, my job is to protect my people and my lands first. I have a question for you, High Council. I haven't forgotten you. Get back here.
The whispers all around.
If we save this girl and we take her across dangerous lands, is it a guarantee that we extend the life of the cycle?
According to our visions, yes, to our visions, to what we saw in the future, to what the distance of our eyes, yes, the seeing, the sight seeing, the third sight, the eyes, we know that the answer is most likely yes.
First off, I must say that your form of communication is not entirely direct. You all speak at the same time, and it makes it very difficult to understand what your intention is. Okay, that said, I believe that this one is but a seed. She is small. She is the future.
I am small.
Until she does the horn thing, that is entirely different. But she is a seed. She is exactly what we all hope for, that few have. She is but a child. Even if she is Dwayne, she is the future. If we destroy our future, what do we have? We have a dull end. I am not the bravest, I am not the strongest, but I will carry the seed as long as I can to ensure a future for all peoples, even when they are very odd or very different. That is what makes life here in this place. Our differences, our different ideas, and she is but one of these. I will carry the seed if these others will help me.
When he says that, I just sort of like push the pile of cowrie shells with my stick, and I say, I thought you were gonna fall apart like this one. I will assist this child. If it is the will of the gods that we perish, we will perish. If we are meant to live, we will live for a time. And my bird flies over and lands on Coco's shoulder and just like looks at you, and you realize its eyes are red just like yours.
I don't know where I'm from or really who I am, and this talk of Queen of Forgotten Lands. But you deserve the choice, Coco. You deserve the chance to make something for yourself that you choose. Yes, I will fight for you.
Are these your people, Kamea? Are these not your people?
Lioness, you would likely know better than I. I woke up with these today. So if the High Horns, I feel a sense of respect and honor what they say, and if these are my people, then as a representative, I will go to save Iniko.
At hearing that, you see Iniko go forward with the bird still on her shoulder, that she's kind of still kind of looking because she is mesmerized by the matching eyes, and she goes, Council, I didn't ask to be born. I don't know why everyone thinks that I will be bad or hurt people, because that's not what I want to do. I want to help. I know that when I hear the spirits, and when Grandma, when I see her, she's told me that I have a greater purpose, but this can't be it, to hurt all of these people and destroy the world in that way.
You shouldn't listen to these voices, child.
Well,
the voices are the ones that can help you turn. Ignore those voices.
I don't know exactly if they're good or bad. I don't think Grandma's bad. I've seen her.
I don't know this grandmother.
What can I do to avoid this fate?
The Lion Queen speaks wisdom. It must be her ancestral lions whispering to her what reality is and what hides behind the veil. It is indeed that they're calling you, your past siblings, those who left and went into the forest, those born in Wagadu who don't belong to the fallen anymore. They're calling you to join them. And you could, but that would mean leaving your mortality behind. Yes, leaving who you are now behind. Leaving your soul. Well, part of the soul, yes. Yeah, leaving the mortal soul and becoming a full spirit, a full Wagadu spirit. Don't listen. Listen to Masimba. She is right. Don't listen to the spirits too much. Yes, they'll call you. But it appears to us that you have made a decision. You have made your call. Are we right? Are you going to defend Iniko, the girl, and take the challenge upon you?
Yes. I will.
I look over at Shatani. She looks at Babab. If the high gods and spirits have determined that this is our purpose, and this will help us to end this cycle, but also save a life, then yes, I am willing.
In the end, no lives can be saved, but perhaps simply extended. I will assist. And I do make a point of very much like eyeballing all of them that no lives can be saved because they're quasi-immortal, but extended. Yeah.
They got it.
I turn to, how do you call yourself, Coco? You, above all of us, must walk this path. Even if we fall along the way, you must take the greatest brunt of danger. Will you do this for yourself?
I promise. I promise to do what I can, so then I can show that I don't want to be bad. I don't want to be a Dwyn. I don't want to destroy my home or your homes. And I will help any way I can. I know Juju. I can help. I can be really helpful. I promise.
Very well. Then you are braver than I. I will walk along with you because you will share your bravery with me. Is this acceptable to you, little one?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very good. Then make sure you walk behind Masimba, for I will. Unless there's another giant bull. Then we will walk away. Do you understand? You are frozen. Okay.
I thought she was staring at you, and I was like, staring at
Yeah, you're back.
You've already got her. Yes. Good.
You're back.
Okay.
So I can confirm she's not a Dwen yet. Please don't worry.
Like in that moment.
Exactly.
No, that's the problem with this, where you're like, she'll kill everybody. I'm all like, good.
right? I'm like, this one. What am I talking about?
Right.
And she basically takes from her little bag, she goes up to each of you and gives you a bud, and you're kind of you're holding it. It's really small, and she kind of whispers a little bit, and you see that it opens up into this beautiful orange reddish colored flower, and it actually, even though for a small bud, it's really beautiful and very large for the size that she gave you. And she's like, this is a symbol of us working together as a team. Okay, we'll look out for each other and be good friends, and hopefully make sure that I don't turn into one of those.
Mazzy would like to take the flower, throw it on the ground, pick up her spear, and spear right through the middle of it, and say, listen, if I start to notice you acting different or out of the ordinary, you will meet the Spear of Nine Souls, and that will be the end of it. Do you understand, child?
Shaitani just gets a huge smile on his face, and I do pull out my skin of coffee and I hand it to you, Coco, and say, you'll need your energy for this, young one.
Oh, I get some now.
The council all of a sudden stands up around you. And now they speak all at the same time, loudly. You have spoken and we have heard. You are going to the mission. May the gods, ancestors, and spirits bless all of you for this desperate attempt. May the end of times not come yet, since we are all not ready. Here are the gifts for you brave and mad souls. Shall these make you stronger and help you along your way? One of the elders comes to Baobab and touches your mask. This magic to help you. The mask glows. Another one goes to Shetani, and you see a necklace appears in your neck, just like a golden necklace, and then it goes bright and then just appears normal. Masimba, look at your spear. We're awakening it for you. It was sleeping, now it wakes. Slowly, bit by bit, it will get stronger and stronger. Chimera, look at your arms. A queen deserves help when she's fighting as an archer. You see some bracelets, silver bracelets that are glowing, and they seem to fit your arms perfectly. Little Coco, one of the ancestors, a woman that seems very familiar to you, comes close. You know, in life, I met you before when you were just born. I thought you were cute, not a monster. Please don't disappoint me, all right?
I won't.
Now, this will hurt a bit, but it's just to help you.
Okay.
She draws on your forehead a line, but actually the skin starts opening and bleeding. It's really painful. And then she licks her finger and makes a round mark with the blood. This is to contain you just a bit longer. A mark of containment. She slaps your forehead and the scar disappears. Good luck to all of you. And we'll take a break here.
Oh my gosh.
Does this come with an instructional manual or something? I don't know.
It's crap.
Yes, so actually, I would assume that you automatically understand the use, so there's no need to roll or anything. So for the mask, it gives advantage to investigation checks. I think that is called, there has a name, there's actually an item on which I based it. I forgot the original item, but yeah, it's kind of the same. Then the necklace for Shetani allows you to breathe in any conditions. It's a necklace of adaptation. And then
why would I need such a thing as being able to breathe under any circumstances?
Who knows?
The elders might have some reasons. I don't know. Maybe. And then the spear for the Ilqua is a +1 for now. Additional things might happen, but for now it's like I just add 1 to standard +1. And then the braces are braces of archery for Chimera. Yep. And for Briana, the mark is, you just actually know there's a mark. You don't know yet what it does.
Just for the record, since we exist in a place outside of space and time for now, do we have time to get at least a short or long rest before we go? Because we use some of our limited resources.
Actually, next scene, you're going to wake up like in a dream, and then it's like a long rest. So you'll be
amazing. Okay, well, we'll take a quick break here. Stick around. It'll be about 5-10 minutes, and then come back and see the rest of the session. Okay, we'll see you folks soon. Bye. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around. And we're going to jump right back in. Take it away, Allan.
The moon is shining again high in the sky, but only for you, Shetani. You're by yourself, not sure where you came from. You remember there were whispers, there was someone, there were other people, but now you're just on a giant root of a massive tree that goes towards the moon. And there's someone walking on this route together with you, a naked person. They don't seem to be of any specific gender, not even any specific lineage. They're just like an otherworldly creature, an ancestor. Their face is like a mask, a long white mask, like oval and long. They have 4 eyes, 2 sets of eyes, and their lips move in the mask like a normal mouth. They have 4 pairs of moth wings, a lot of wings that are like flapping very slowly. Definitely not a fallen. They speak with an echoing voice. So it's brave of you how you spoke with the mortals. She is very pleased, you know that?
Yes.
Death comes for everyone, and you spoke wisely. Because of this, she's sending you some help. You will now awaken with the others. There are 2 people who will claim to be friends, other moth folk like you. They are not. They are enemies of the High Horns, and they intend to take the lives of all of you and take away the spirit child. Keep this knowledge in mind as you wake up now with the others. Don't let those 2 fool you. The goddess blesses you.
I unfurl my wings like widely, but then like pull them in like they're covering my eyes. Like I bow down in front of her and I say, "It is only by your will that I will stay Death's hand for a time."
Something is pecking at your ear and you wake up with your familiar next to you. You all actually wake up at the same time on the grass, but you're definitely not in the glade anymore. You are nowhere close to doesn't look like the village, or there's just grass all around you. Definitely recognize it's a grassland savanna. There's an acacia not too far away. The sun is morning, but it's actually like it's very early in the morning, so probably a whole day passed. And you can hear some animals calling, birds. You're in the middle of the savannah. And there's a glowing red table. It's a wooden table. It's just cooling down now and smoking a bit. And it seems to have a map drawn on it. That's everything you have.
A map is drawn on it?
I'd go over and take a look at the map.
I walk over with Kamea. I look at her. I'm like, "Are you familiar with this?"
I can read a map if that's what you mean.
But I mean, your people have sent us here. Does this look familiar to you at all?
I'm assuming not. As you know, I just fell, but I will take a look. Does anything on the map look familiar to me at all, or can I make out where the map is trying to take us?
Thanks to your hunter skills, even if you've never seen this map before, just like glancing around you, you look at the acacia, you see the acacia drawn, stylized, you see some rocks far away in the horizon. You're pretty sure about where to go. Actually, you have no doubts whatsoever. This is your natural environment, and somehow you just feel more at ease the more you think about the direction where to go. It's like almost a mystical connection with the grassland.
I take a deep breath and yes, I think I can lead us where we need to go. I don't know how, but I think I can take us there.
When she says that, I just lean over to Baobab and I just sort of whisper, "We have guests coming that are not friends. If you might assist us with your ibex, I would appreciate it. Wafu." And like my Raven takes off, I send him to like look to see if anybody's coming. But I do try and like say that quietly to Baobab while they're discussing the map.
When that happens, Coco, you'll see her kind of crawl up to Shatani wherever he is, and she's like, "Good morning. You have more of that stuff?"
Yes, I do. And I drink some myself because I am literally a night person. And then I do, and then I do hand it to her.
Thank you.
It is at this point I continue my inspection of my clothes and possessions. Apparently, somebody saw it fit to leave me on the savannah with no mats to sleep on the ground. This is unacceptable. So I am achy. I take a moment to do my morning calisthenics. I rotate my neck around a little bit, and I do the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now that I am warm and everything is operating, I pick up my mask, which is quite heavy. That's why I give my neck a moment to warm up. Then I lean down and I put on the mask. And I believe he said something about guests coming. I call up to the sky to Tehuti to see if he answers the call. And when the bird comes, I say, "What do you see? Let's have a look." Anything to say?
Tehuti confirms that there's 2 winged people coming into your direction. They'll be there in very soon, actually, less than a minute. You both.
How do you know this? I mentioned this to Shatani. How do you know that they are coming? Oh, he's doing that look. I don't need an answer. I step away from him. And then
When you do that, you see Coco doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, so she was like behind you, but you didn't even know, doing the same thing.
This is a circus.
I say loudly that winged messengers come. And then I look at Chaitanya again to clock his amount of recognition in them, whether he knows them or not.
Just nod, but then I just look at Coco and I say, "Stay close, child. I'll talk to them."
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna take the map and I'm gonna tuck it. It's a physical map that I can.
Yeah, it's like a tablet. It's a wooden tablet.
Okay, I'm gonna take the tablet and I'm gonna just try and like tuck it on my person so that we don't lose it.
Okay.
Before, so it's not left on the table, so I've got it with me.
Okay.
Quick question. Is there a significance to the color red and the table?
So red is considered usually to be the color of angry ancestors. Death, destruction is usually a negative associations. That's
good.
Bad. I say perhaps not to touch the table or anything on it.
Why not?
And I explain what symbolically red means, and I point to her mask. Red. Not her, but it is a choice on the spectrum of bad and less bad.
Can I go up to the table? Coco wants to go up to the table and try to touch it and see. Get a sense for maybe if it's like Arcana or like something where it would indicate.
You can roll Arcana. Yeah, it's a tablet, by the way, like a small wooden tablet. Yeah, you can roll.
Okay, that was a 15.
Yeah, with a 15, you can tell that there's no magic on it. Like some magic created something, maybe moved it or shaped it, but the magic is gone, which can be either good or bad thing, but it's gone.
It's safe. No more juju remains.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for danger then. If
and look to the sky.
I turn to Mossy and I say, "I realize no one can command you, Chief, but I would ask that you follow my lead on this one."
The grass opens and you see a woman and another person with like some very light, almost transparent, silky robes. moth wings and antenna. Very dark skins. They're both Daima as well, just like Shetani.
Coco scurries back over to behind where Shetani is.
Greetings.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Do I recognize these individuals from my tribe in particular, or are they just other Daina?
Yes, just other.
Okay. When they're like, greetings,
Yeah.
I send Wavu to fly over towards them, and I just look at them for a second and I say, allow me to return your hospitality properly. And then I'm going to attack him.
Okay, you can roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you want us to all roll for initiative or just Shetani?
Yeah, I think you can all roll. You'll be surprised in this turn. So only you act, but you can roll. So we have the initiatives. Yeah. But for now, you're surprised. So
right.
They are as well. So only you act for this.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing dirt. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, hey, cool. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. What I would like to do is Wavu's flying that direction. Does one of them look like is like one of them physically large, physically small? Like what do they look like?
So one of them one of them actually, it's a good question. None of them looks very strong, actually. They all seem to be similar. They seem very similarly trained, similarly built. Yeah.
Okay. Do I realize I've only seen them for a second, but does either of them look less armed or less armored? Like I'm looking, but let me tell you what I'm trying to figure out. I'm looking for whichever one looks physically more frail is what I'm after. Yeah.
They're both, I would say, roughly the same.
Okay, cool. Then the one that said hello, Hex, and I'm going to give them disadvantage on con saves. And Wavu is going to bite them.
Okay.
And he got a 18. Is that enough?
Yes.
Okay. I need them to give me a con save.
Yeah.
At disadvantage.
Failed.
Excellent. Okay. So Wavu, you all see my raven's beak buries into them, but you see a greenish black poison comes out of his beak when he bites them. And he bites for 5 points of damage. And then poisons for 15 points of damage.
Oh. On top, right? Poison damage.
Yeah, so 20 total.
20 total. Yeah. Get away! No! Like the Daima is trying to wave, but you can see like a big cut, and then it's like start bleeding. There's poison. It's a mess.
Right.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and then I just say, I realize they're Daima, but they are enemies. Destroy them. And that's it for my surprise round.
Yeah. And now the actual one starts, and it's you again because 20.
Right. Hacks. I'm going to actually have Wavu fly away, actually, and I'm gonna Eldritch Blast, which that would be 15. Is that enough?
To hit, yes.
I'm gonna hit the one that Wavu already laid into for 12 points of damage.
Okay, they go down. Yeah, it's like they didn't have even time to react. They said hello, and now they're down, smoking.
And once again, I just look at Masi and I just step right behind her.
And then Coco stands behind Shetani. So you just see Shetani go behind Masi, and then Coco is like...
It's a conga line.
Scooby-Doo gang. Yeah.
So Massimo, you're before them.
Yeah, I believe, hang on, let me just check one thing. I'll use my bonus action to move my hex to the other one then, and I'm also going to curse their constitution.
Constitution, okay.
Yep, and that is it for me.
Masimba.
All at level.
Is Masimba next, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, am I next with
Yes.
11? Whoa.
Yes. Because they're
All
after
right,
you.
so Miss Simba sees all the attacking. She sees the bird fly. She sees Shatani. She steps forward and says, I would like to open myself to the spirit of Goro Simba. And she begins to rage. And she would like to attack the one that's closest to her. She grabs her spear and is with the new spirit that has it starts crackling as usual. And I would like to attack recklessly because she's angry and she wants to get this on the road. Which means I gotta do 6 plus advantage. Okay, hold on.
I know what reckless attacking means. It means she's swinging the spear over her head. I jump away. I jump.
Okay, you know what? I actually rolled an 11, but I would like to activate my lion savagery, which allows me to re-roll.
Well,
This comes from the Wagadu, right? Yeah, exactly.
Reckless gives you advantage. Even with advantage, you only got 11?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, but this one, okay, with 12, this is 12. This 12 hits.
Almost, but a charm on the neck glows briefly and just deflects your equalast. Yes, I can. The Daima is taken aback, and actually they react by they step back. Basically, I don't know. No, actually, it's something else. A bit desperate. So they look at you. This is not possible. Start moving their hands.
It is inevitable.
Some red flames appear around their hands and some sort of dense, thick energy. And then they try to touch you, just like caress you. It looks not safe. And wait, 12, does it? No, right, misses to hit you.
No.
Yeah, so you see like
almost.
The dense energy crackles next to you, but you just managed to avoid his hand. Chimera.
Okay, seeing my party just start going after the 2 Daima, I'm gonna fire an arrow against the other one. Also activating my planar warrior feature as a bonus. And that is going to be a 19 to hit.
Hits, yes.
Okay, great. So that's 2d8 now plus 6 with my bracers of archery. Okay, that is going to be 12 damage on that one.
Okay.
And it's all force damage.
The arrows goes with a booming sound and a bright light straight into the leg, and he's wounded. She's wounded and bleeding. Then Iniko.
Things are about to get rocky. Be careful. She's going to go forward and she's going to, on the ground, kind of almost like sticking her fingers straight into the ground, and with a strong twist, it ends up sending a strong tremor so that the earth beneath the Daima starts shaking. And I'm casting Earth Tremor. We will need a dexterity saving throw from this individual.
Which is 12.
Oh, is it 13 was what was needed, so fail. So then, it says on a fail save, the creature takes 1d6, so I'm going to roll it, and is knocked prone.
They're knocked prone, yeah.
And so it's 3 for the damage for the Earth Tremor.
Okay. You definitely see this, everyone, and the Daima collapses on the ground as it shakes violently. They did get 3 damage, you said, right? Yeah, they're bruised in their knees as they're trying to get back up. But Baobab first.
I am very confused. 2 people come out of the grass and we attack. They I have no idea if they are good or bad. And I do have a particular idea about Chitani. He is dark, but now it is warm, ever the case. There is not right or wrong. There is only who is left, and we must protect the child. So I use my investigation to determine which of these is the alpha and which is the follower, the beta.
Well, I think one's dead. There's only one left.
Yeah, one got rolled up already.
One's down.
Very good. Then I will whisper to the ground. I will whisper to the spirits who have passed to let themselves be known. And with that whisper, I toll the dead. And that person can hear their screams. They must make a wisdom saving throw.
9.
Against my 13 is not good enough. They will take 11 points of damage.
Okay.
From the scream of the dead.
Yeah. They start screaming as well and trying to cover their ears. Yeah, she's almost crying as she's on the ground, like trying to, stop the sounds, the screams, the whispers.
Take a prisoner, ask her questions if you can.
Chitani then.
I have a plan for that. She's still awake. She's still up for now, though, right?
Yeah, she's still up. Yeah.
Same thing. I send Wabu after her now. That is going to be an 18.
4.
Is that to hit? Sorry, for him to with poison beak.
Yes.
And I need a con save from her as well.
This is a 14. No, 14. Yeah.
Even with a disadvantage.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. And it's a 1, natural 1. So
he rolled triple sixes on his poison because, of course, he did. He's the most metal familiar ever. So that is going to be 5 plus another 18, so 23 points of damage to her of poison.
She extends her arm towards you. And Beobab, you notice as your plan, it falls apart as she literally falls apart as well.
However, I do just very calmly walk over to the first one and I just put a finger on them and spare the dying.
Coco comes behind because she's behind Chitani because he said to basically be behind him the whole time. Yeah. And then she also does the same, but nothing happens. Like basically you see where like there's just like a little flower that instead kind of grows from that point where she basically pointed her finger at the forehead.
We'll say when she tries that, I turn and I look at her and I say, life and death are inevitable, but we can control when we let their soul escape.
You guys get from behind me.
It is the safest place in battle, Your Highness.
Actually, the safest place in battle is not in battle. The safest place is at home. This is known, I think.
But I do look down. So technically this person is at 0, but not dying.
Yes.
Do you wish
a flower growing from their forehead?
Do you wish them healed, Chitani?
Perhaps just a bit. I was granted a vision by the goddess that these two meant to kidnap Coco and harm everyone. I've decided that incapacitation would be preferable. Yes.
Perhaps we could bind their hands so that we may speak to them and I can heal them if that is what you wish.
Heal them.
I look at Coco and I say, are you capable of creating those berries that I see some shapeshifters create? They are very filling and healing. Good berries, I believe they're called.
I don't think I have those with me.
I am capable of many medicines. I can get something together that will wake him, I should think.
We simply want him conscious. Not capable of greater conflict, Kamea.
Give me some of your coffee, and I will wake him with herbs.
Then I would say, yeah,
herbs.
Yeah, we do truss them all up because we know they're spellcasters, you know. So any like take away their component pouch or whatever, you know. And
I roll a 22 on medicine.
No, to bring them back to 1 hit point. I will just say I move my hex back to them, and I very much have Wabu sitting on their chests, like with just poison dripping out of his beak.
So menacing. I
am working on him with the bird sitting on his chest.
Yeah.
And I look at Coco. I am beginning to think that this perhaps is not a normal raven.
Nope.
Wabu very much just looks at you with his red eyes and winks at you, Bayoba. Yeah. And so, yeah, and when we're ready, just wake him up.
If 22 is enough,
I have rope. I have rope. Should we use this?
We bind him.
Yeah.
Bind him up. Yeah.
And I don't try and keep a secret in my vision. I say the goddess came, you know, I tell him what I saw, basically. Yeah, before we wake him up.
Okay. He slowly opens his eyes, still bruised and hurt, and yeah, he opens them wide straight away, and yeah, he seems to be panicking. He's trying to get away, and yeah, breathing very noisy.
He's all yours, Your Highness. You seem capable of motivating truth.
Sometimes it depends. What is your purpose?
They will come for me. They will kill all of you. Leave me. Let me. If you don't let me go, let me go.
We're not letting you go anywhere until you answer my question.
Intimidate. Roll check.
Does she get advantage because we literally already killed this dude once? He's like, you won't kill me, like won't kill you again.
And the plus the awesome role playing from all of you, yes, granted.
Classic. Okay.
Hey man, because for Shitani's money, I'm doing this dude a favor by like sending him to the next world.
While she's doing that, you'll see where she's like, "You were bad. Shitani said you were trying to take me." And then she points her finger in the direction, and you see like a little like kind of like a little mist around the person's face, and it's actually like basically going to let off basically the equivalent of like almost a skunk's stench, like a fart in their face.
What is going on here? Someone change her diaper immediately.
I don't wear a diaper.
You know what I mean, nappy, whatever you call it in your land. Anyway, I'm still raging, and I'm tired of all this. She picks up her spear, and this time she throws it. Ooh, let me continue.
What'd you get on the intimidate roll?
You have an intimidate roll?
Yep.
An intimidate roll first?
Oh yeah, with advantage. Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, 14. A 14.
Okay. The spear lands next to the frightened Daima, but somehow it's not enough to break him. He's shaking and then looks at Iniko. You are the messenger. You are the messenger. I need to take you. You are. Please come with me. I don't want to. Don't listen to them. Don't listen. They're not your friends. We are your friends. You are our messenger. Please come with me. Free me.
Nope. I'm staying right here. I don't trust anything you have to say.
A messenger.
You're bad.
A messenger to whom?
She's our messenger for the end of times. You don't know what you're playing with. You don't know. You should just let me go with her. I promise I will not harm her.
Where
I
were
am
you?
not your messenger. I speak for myself. And you see Coco like stomp her foot into the ground.
Where were you planning to take her?
Just free me and I'll show you.
No.
He looks around as if he's looking for somewhere to escape, but he's bound, right?
I will say, I lean in and I say, you know, I am a Shumi of our people. You know that we walk the line between life and death. Your life holds no value to me any more than your friend who will now fertilize the soil and the grass and the mushrooms. Last chance to be of value before it's too late. And my eyes light up with the Eldritch Blast, and Wavu's beak opens because I will kill this dude.
So you manage to scrape very successfully a second intimidation check, so you can go for it.
All right. That is going to be 18.
17 was what you needed, so it's enough. And somehow he was a bit shaken by Masimba, but not broken. But this time he just lowers his head. Shumi, I'm sorry, but we have to do this. It's for all of us. It's not just for me. She's going to become a Dwen, and we need to make sure that this happens in the right place so she can fully express her destructive power.
Wait a minute.
This is relevant to my interests. I'm sorry, but I'm like, go on.
Wait a minute.
You don't say.
Shumi, this is going to end. This cycle is ending, and these companions around you, they want to slow it, but the end is coming, and we need to worship the end. We need to worship the oblivion, don't we?
I will do. Oh, go ahead.
I have a question for you, Harold. There are many Dwen running throughout these forests. Why should we care about killing this one or not killing this one? Is this the last Dwen or what?
Oh,
Answer.
Yeah. Iniko is different. She's more powerful than the other ones. Dwens are rare. Most spirit children just disappear in the forest or wherever, which other wilderness it is. A few become Dwen, and then a few become what Iniko is turning into, which is, some call them like great Dwens, others call them just the end.
My cousin, for what it's worth, if it were simply up to me, I would assist you in this. But the great goddess has different plans for all of us. Ayana wishes this world to survive a bit longer, but I am going to do something for you.
Which is?
I will allow you to greet the oblivion now. And Wavu on his chest turns into an imp, a small winged humanoid with red skin and horns and fangs and its tail like a scorpion, and proceeds to just tee off on the dude.
The man screams
Yep.
before falling dead.
Yep. And then I go, Wavu. He sort of smiles and vanishes.
I look at my familiar.
Yeah. Your ibis opens its wings as well.
What? No, never mind.
I do turn and look at the group and I just say, I think you all know I have no problem with death, but it only arrives when it's meant to. And the end of all things is not meant to arrive today.
perhaps this map, and I'd pull out the map, the tablet again. Despite the color of the table, I know where this map will take us. I would be, if this is a gift from the High Horns, this is most likely the way.
This is the way?
This is the way.
And with that, I would orient myself in the direction where the map is to lead us, and I would start going.
As we start walking, I look at Coco and I just say, Coco, do you like ravens or spiders or rats by chance?
Mm-hmm. I have a friend that's a spider, actually.
When you say that, Uvu appears again on your shoulder as a gigantic tarantula. Just
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
And a huge spear just flies over your shoulder, eventually to the ground. Come back and stick this. Let's go.
We start going in the direction.
There's no need to be mean and hurt the innocent spiders, but okay.
Wafu's been through worse, I assure you.
Do you really think I'm meant for destruction? How can these things grow around me if I'm just meant for death? I don't understand.
I don't think you are meant for destruction, or we wouldn't have been warned to intervene. You would have simply done it.
Okay. And she follows kind of like where she's a little, you see her demeanor kind of like where she was usually more bubbly. She's a little bit kind of contemplative about everything that's going on.
So we just follow Kamea.
Okay. You're in the vastness of the grasslands of the savannah, and as you follow Khmer, you realize how large and untouched this part of Wagadu is. It's not even familiar to you, Masimba, even if you have walked many grasslands. It's out of your territory, somewhere further away, which makes you slightly uncomfortable, but at the same time, it's a familiar place. You see closer and closer this large acacia tree, which appears on the tablet map as well. And then behind it is just a massive rising sun. It's glowing orange, and all the clouds and sky seem to be the orange and pink. And you do see like 2 elephants on the horizon, just in front of the sun, slowly crossing. And otherwise, there's no one else.
This is beautiful.
Is the tree the only thing on the map?
No, there's more. You can see there's like a lake that you have to cross. Okay. And then there's like a hill or something. That's the last point where you have to get to. It looks like, considering the distance at which at the pace at which you're going, you might even make it by tonight or tomorrow morning, depending on if you want to walk at night.
Okay.
I would just like to make a quick note. These are not my walking shoes. I had no thought that we were going to walk this entire distance. Is there not like a camel or a horse, perhaps a zebra, maybe a war boar?
Fashion shoes from, wizard?
No, to ride. What you don't? Oh. Yes. This is a ridiculous distance to walk. My toes are beginning to ache, and he only has so much coffee.
Well, I cannot summon any beasts to help you, unfortunately.
I can turn into one.
No, don't do that. That is.
You want to ride over my back?
Nope. This will do. I walk.
Okay.
I pick up the wizard.
This is not so bad.
Can we take, while we're here at the acacia tree, can we take a look around? Is there anything special about this acacia tree that would be that would be of note or anything important that is in the kind of vicinity around it.
Okay, so then, yeah, as you get below, it's like it's all twisted somehow, like the whole root is, so the whole trunk is twisted, but in a very elegant and regular way. And then it has massive branches that provide a lot of shade, which is very pleasant, especially for Shetani. You feel your eyes relaxing a bit under the shade of the tree. Yeah, you can roll an investigation check if you want to have a look if there's anything. And you will have an advantage, Baobab, because of your mask.
I do.
What if they're looking below? Can I climb the tree and try and take a look up in? Okay, I'll take a look at athletics. Ooh, I'm proficient in that.
I have. Wait, I only find.
That's going to be a 17 for athletics.
I got a natural 20 for investigation.
20. Okay.
Oh, I have an 18 investigation because I used Sentinel Human.
Okay.
I would just say as she
18.
starts climbing the tree, you see I very much like you all saw me kind of flying like it was nothing before. Now I'm literally like, and the wings kind of come out much slower and like it's like trying to like fly with her as she's climbing the tree.
Is there a nest up there?
Yes. So as the two of you are flying, in the meantime, Masimba, you spot something that looks like a slightly faded mask on the bark. There's on the bark of the tree, there's a bit of, and Baobab, thanks to your natural 20, you even recognize that this is a spirit, it's not just a tree, and you're pretty sure that making an offering will summon it. So it shouldn't be too hard.
Is it considered rude to climb the spirit, or is it normal?
It depends on the spirit, so it's a bit of a gamble.
I tell everyone that this is not just a tree, but a spirit, and to respect it, it is a gamble to climb it because it may not wish to be climbed. I let them make their own choices, but there is that. And I will now summon it. So if you wish to be in its hair when I summon it, you are warned.
I'm going to get down. I'm going to get down before he summons it.
To try to figure out what spirit.
Yeah, you can try a nature check.
Okay.
Yeah, as he says it, I might not want to get tangled up with it while he summons it. I'm gonna get down.
Okay.
I got a 19.
Okay. Shetani, you are still flying around. What are you doing? Like flying around the trunk, or?
Yeah, I'm more trying to support Kamea so she's not up there alone. But between the sun and the extreme effort of flying, I'm very miserable. Like, I mean, I've been like an edgelord up until now, so I'm trying to like be a G about it. But like, none of this is my jam right now.
And sweating a lot.
Yeah, no, this is not, again, I'm literally a night person. So, no, very unhappy.
Iniko, you're quite confident that this is actually a rest spirit. It's about peace and rest. It must be actually a very friendly spirit, usually. So, Baobab, what do you do?
I reach into my pack and produce one of the baobab fruits from my village, and I offer this to the tree. I will not break it open to free the seeds. I will bury it amongst the roots so that it may rot and give the soil nutrition instead of challenge it for its space in the sun.
Briana, were you saying something before?
She's going to say, "Oh, I know this spirit." And she's going to go up and she's going to kind of bow down before it, but like kind of on her knees. She's like, "Hello, rest spirit. Here's some offerings for you." And then she's going to basically, almost with the different bulbs from the different flowers that she had in her bag, she's going to place them on the ground and then have them bloom as like just a kind of her way of, giving an offering to the rest spirit.
As the two of you, Baobab and Iniko, make your offerings, two green eyes open in the bark. Then a face comes out, but it looks weird, not human, like a stylized mask face. It's kind of a mask, but it's actually a real face as well. It's very round and large, with round eyes and a small round mouth that seems to be constantly open. And then the body of what seems to be a naked child, but with a very large, round, flat head. He or it or they look at the five of you, and then down to the gifts, the offerings. They disappear all of a sudden, just like out of your sight. Thank you. I really appreciate the offerings. In exchange, you shall be safe for the night if you want to rest here. I will make sure that no ancestors or angry spirits will come and disturb you. Only the friendly ones will be let in. Do you accept my gift?
We do.
Thank you.
We accept your gift and thank you for the gift of shade and protection.
What is your name, spirit?
My name is Big Green Acacia in your language.
I like that.
We can call me.
Can we just call you
BGA.
Big? Can we just call you Big?
Yeah, look at me. He's actually quite small.
I love it.
My name is Iniko, and these are my friends. I got Kamea and Masi and Shetani and Belbop.
Oh, I like your friends. Kimea, so fresh. You didn't arrive long ago, right? The long head.
Yesterday.
It comes close to you. Do you let the spirit come closer?
Yeah.
It touches your chest and it glows a bit. I'm trying to mend your heart, but the wound is very deep. I think you should not remember. Don't try to remember.
Why would my heart need mending?
Oh, Masimba is your name. You look so strong and beautiful and royal, but he's there as well, always behind you. He never lets you go. So, really? Oh, he said that the two of you will run together not too far in the future. You will be together running and hunting.
You speak of me and Shetani.
No, I speak of the lion that's behind you, the big one, the glowing big one.
I run behind the tree.
I just say, I'm like, I would be willing to run with you, Queen.
Quiet it down.
Oh, and
You said a lion is behind me. Oh, I know what you speak of. You speak of the spirit of Goro Simba.
Yes.
I will one day return to my true self.
Yes. I see him. You're right. Oh, Shetani, let me help you a bit to rest. He comes very close, his big head in front of you, like covering everything else.
Like right when he does, you see Wavu as a bird again, just lay on somebody's shoulder, but I don't move. Yeah. Mm.
When Coco hears that Kamea needed mending, she's going to walk over and touch Kamea's heart and try to cast mending. And so you see like this glow happen, like where her hand touched. So her chest kind of glows like a bright blue for a second, but nothing happens. And she's like, oh, I guess I can't even mend it. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. Everyone keeps talking about that there is something there, and I feel it, but I don't know it. I know that maybe they're right. Maybe I shouldn't remember.
You should not run from your pain. It's how you know you're still alive.
Perhaps one day it will come and I will pull pieces. But for now, we have a job to do.
I do look at this spirit and I say, you said you'd assist me.
Yes, I did. I made this hat for you. It's just like a very, very large straw hat. It shall protect you from the sun for one day, and then it will fall apart.
Could you put a hole in it for my antenna, please? If I laid them back against my head, I won't be able to walk straight.
Sure. He snaps their fingers, and now there's holes.
He visibly like exhales and like slumps for a second, just like, oh, thank the gods. Yes. Much better. Thank you.
They walk joyfully towards Baobab, always like big face and tiny eyes looking at you. So, an Iron Master, which it's, like, you are so casual about your existence on Wagadu, yet so many people look up to you. What a fascinating instance, a fascinating circumstance in which you find yourself. I think I like you.
Well, I do not hear that very often, but I will accept it. And I very much like you. You are very kind, and I like your face.
The smile becomes really, really big, almost creepy.
I try to have a reaction.
I giving you this gift then for your village. This will help with the golem. You are missing this. It's just like an old piece of wood. Put it inside. You will see.
I thank you very much. May I give you too a gift? I will give you half of my water.
I love water. The smile is even bigger and creepier now.
I give you a gift as well. I do not kill you.
That is touching. Where would you like me to put this water for you?
Please pour it in the ground. I shall drink.
And I do so very well.
That was good. Thank you. And then he walks back to the trunk, and disappears in the trunk.
I will open my book of knowledge and quickly draw a picture of the spirit that I have encountered here, and spend part of the evening drawing this tree as well and writing the events of this.
So the tiny little masked spirits are buzzing all around you, and they're collecting lots of hay, grass, and preparing these really nice, comfortable beds under the canopy of the tree. You see they bring in bowls as well, calabashes with lots of fruits and very beautifully scented flowers. And they've created like a very nice corner for you just next to the trunk, where you can easily rest and spend the night.
I know that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know that not all spirits are good. May I have a nature check to see if they mean well?
Yes, go for it.
It is a 21.
That succeeds, and you know that they're actually very friendly. It looks like they're behaving like in a friendly way. You don't suspect.
Okay, I'm at ease, and I share this information with anyone who wishes to know.
Thank you, Bob, for checking.
So if we are to rest here, do we wish to make way to the lake and the rocks in the morning? If that is...
That sounds good.
Now we've just arrived. Do you need to rest already?
Yes. And I go to my nice bed of flowers and well-scented things. Yes, and yes.
It might be advantageous for us to take a rest before such a long and dangerous journey we're about to embark upon.
I have no... What time of day is it, Allan?
It's around, actually, just after lunchtime. It's not too late.
I am fine whether we take a short rest or something longer. I do not mind traveling at night, whatever is preferable to the group.
Traveling under the cloak of darkness makes sense.
Traveling under the cloak of darkness is dark. You cannot see where you're stepping, so why would you do this? I would like to wait until the morning after I've had breakfast. Is breakfast provided here? Because it sounds wonderful if it is.
And you just see Coco with a bowl, like with one of the bowls where the fruit, and she's just stuffing her face.
We won't have any more food by morning. Take the bowl from the child.
I just look at Baobab and I'm like, don't worry. Wavu will protect you and guide you through the darkness. His eyes light up red.
It's really good.
My only worry would be is that if we were to rest here till morning, we might not have time. The council seemed that this was a matter of urgency.
Yes, we should regain our strength and set out immediately.
Fine, lunch then. But at least let me enjoy. I grab some fruit out of the bowl. Is there any cream? Anyone? Cream?
It smells clean.
While this is happening, Kamea, I'm gonna take some fruit, and I'm gonna put my hand on the tree. May I climb your branches?
Two green eyes appear. Since you ask politely, yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to climb up into the branches and take a seat, kind of like, because we're in a grasslands, right? This is like my home territory. And
you still have to roll athletics.
Yes, I will roll athletics to climb the tree. Yeah, that's going to be a +3. That's going to be a 16.
Succeeds.
Awesome. So I'm going to climb up into the branches, and where the necklace that I'm holding, I know this isn't the tree that I'm connected to, but it is a big tree, a spirit tree. And I'm going to grab my necklace and I'm going to, try to remember something. What everyone's been talking about that I have to forget, and I'm going to try and remember something, why they keep talking about this.
Yeah. So from a role-playing point of view, if you want to recall some of your memories, I think just feel free as a player that's coming to have some flashbacks. Yeah.
Okay. As Kamea sits in the tree, she doesn't see anything, I would say, but she probably feels warmth. Like she's standing in a groved forest. She sees a vision of a grove that's lit with candles and flowers, and she's standing there and she watches a vision of a woman walking towards her. She can't see who it is. She sees white and teal and gold and purple, and then just as quickly as it's there, it's gone. And she feels this sense of longing. And she kind of comes to. And she kind of puts a hand down on the tree. Thank you for your sturdiness.
The green eyes open. You have been given a new life in Wagadu. Embrace it. Forget the past. That is my advice to you, Fallen.
Thank you. I will do my best to listen. And I'm going to climb gently down the tree and take a short rest, or however long we're taking before we continue forward.
I'm assuming it's a short rest for everyone, right?
Yeah, we'll do just a short rest. Yeah.
Yeah. Or did you want to stay longer and then travel at night? I'm not sure. Is it short rest?
I mean, I would love to travel at night personally, but whatever we got to do. Yeah.
I'm fine with traveling at night.
Yeah. I have dark vision. It's fine.
I do too, because I'm a cat.
Is Baobab going to agree with this, though?
Where is everyone going? Why? I cannot see. Can you see?
we
will
can
see enough for you.
We will help each other.
I'll help you. And then she grabs Baobab's hand and starts swinging his arm. like
Okay.
excitedly.
What kind of moon is it?
So it's actually it was full just recently, so it's still very bright, if not, it's not full, but bright. The stars are beautiful. It's actually a beautiful night as you leave the tree. You see quite clearly around you because of the silvery light of the moon, which is bathing everything. There's like some rhinos not too far, but they don't seem to be interested or haven't noticed you. And then there's like a herd of wildebeest you can see as well, that they're not too far in the horizon, but they seem to be either sleeping or like resting or very slowly moving, so not a cause of concern. And then there's a silvery reflection in the horizon, which is the lake that probably was on your map, on your tablet, Kimera, as well.
This body of water makes me think, Queen Masimba, I have a question for you.
Yes.
When does the great lion hunt?
When is the great lion hunt? There is no hunt.
When does the great lion hunt? Day or night?
When it's time. I'm actually waiting for that, and I know it's going to come soon. But first, this, and then the great hunt. Would you like to join me?
What, hunt?
Would you like to join me?
With a spear and everything?
Yes, with everything. Don't you know?
No, I would not like to join you. I do not want to hunt a lion. Are you mad? No, why would I want to do that?
There is no hunting lions on my watch. I'm the lion that hunts. That is all.
You do make a good point, Baobab. The far less celestial lions may be about now, so I roll my wings out and fly up off the ground. I'm not doing there. But I just kind of like circle around them as we're moving.
Shatani has jokes as usual.
I'd chart us probably the clearest path towards the lake.
I understand that we are headed to a watering hole, which means all the animals in this area are somewhere nearby this place. In the open plains, my voice rings out occasionally to the sky. Do you see anything? Is there anything coming towards us?
Someone quite wizard.
It's okay.
Do you see anything?
I'll protect you.
I do keep an eye out with Wavu also. That is, if we do see anything.
Kamea just moving silently through everything, just goes. Just looks so crestfallen, and then
yeah, Coco's still holding Baobab's hand and like, I protect you.
I'm holding the hand back a little tighter than is normal, like.
Oh, you're very strong. I thought you were weaker than Shatani.
No one has ever said that before.
Oh my God.
Shatani, you notice that the pond actually is more like a small lake towards which you're heading. Has a lot of crocodiles that are slowly, like it looks like logs, but as you look closer, it's not logs, it's crocodiles floating towards the shores. So it's definitely not swimmable. That's what you say.
Coco, do you by chance speak Abyssal?
No, I speak Celestial.
I'm like, that's an amateur language. Okay. I do come down lower and I say, the water is what you would expect, overrun with crocodiles.
Oh, good. Their meat is good.
It is not.
Actually, it tastes just like chicken.
It does.
Actually, it really does. No, I've had alligator. I haven't had crocodile. I've had alligator. It super tastes like chicken. Yeah, that is true.
I've had it before.
Yeah, right.
Perhaps we avoid the crocodiles where we can and try to figure out why this spot is on the map.
Do I detect any like islands or anything out in the water or anything of that nature?
Since you are looking, you do notice, the passive perception, you have noticed that there's a canoe hidden in the grass. And that doesn't be a coincidence.
I point that out to them. There seems to be a vessel in the grass.
Are we meant to take this vessel?
Does it look like we? Does it look like we? Yeah.
On your tablet, Kime, you notice that on the map that the hill, if you look closely, is actually in the middle of the lake, not on the other side.
We must the hill that we are looking to find on the tablet. We have to cross the lake or go at least towards its center.
All right.
So the boat, it looks like, is one of the only options.
Will it fit all of us?
I mean, I don't need to ride, so if it fits the rest.
But it does, yeah. It's a very long canoe. It has been cut from like one single log of wood, so it's like really quite rare to see in the savannah such a thing. But it's like so very compact and long, and very well built by the cap.
All right. Well, everyone, pile in, I suppose.
No. That's not happening. Like you hear a voice, and there's what seems to be a humanoid crocodile, like crocodile face, like with lots of cowries, like jewelry on his arms and legs, and a long tail that he's moving a bit nervously. You come here, make no offering, or are you maybe offering your flesh to me? Because in that case, we are good.
Oh, I apologize, Spirit. I did not know this was your boat.
Well, it's not my boat, but this is my shore. I don't care about the piece of wood. But if you're crossing my shore,
yes,
you will make an offer. Like if you give me one of the 5 of you, I'm fine. I'll just take one of you.
You are requesting one of our lives as an offering?
Wizard.
Or if you give me an arm each, that is roughly the amount of flesh of one fallen, right? I'm trying to help you here. Big green with lots of teeth, crocodile teeth.
I have a better idea. You die.
Oh.
Let's stay calm. Let's stay calm. We don't mean you any harm. I'm sorry that we were disrespectful of this holy ground of yours. Can you please let us through this one exception? Please, pretty please. We have something really important, an important mission that we were given.
Your lion blood friend seems to want to kill me, but you want to speak with me and make a deal. So what is it? I'm confused.
She has some anger issues to resolve. Ignore Masi. Sometimes she's just like that. She has to be pet a few times, and it's okay. But no, we want to be friends with you, and it won't take long. We just have to pass through here in order to get to the middle area. That's where our map told us to go.
My little sister here. What's your name? Iniko. I see Iniko. Coco, they call you. I'll ask you just for one offering. How about your mortal lion blood friend? A queen, I see. Asks for forgiveness. Just a sorry, an apology, and you shall cross freely. Big smile.
One second. And then she goes over to Masi. She's like, and she pulls on her sleeve. Okay, so we have
she looks down at you like this.
We have to make friends with the alligator spirit. But
do you understand that he asked for one of our lives in order to cross by his river?
Well, technically, we violated their area, so it's technically our fault. So we have to make it right. So
what does he want?
Well, you kind of have to apologize for being rude and saying that you'll try to kill them?
If you threaten me, that is a threat.
No,
That
it
means
was a request for an offering. That's not really a threat.
Crocodiles are
Mezzy steps around Coco and walks up to the spirit, like right up to him and stands. How tall is the spirit? Is it an alligator? It's on the ground, or is the alligator standing?
It's actually it's like humanoid, so it's like your size more or less.
Oh, before that, when that happens, because she looks like she's like, because Mossy looks like she's about to go off. You'll see all of a sudden where she pulls out certain flowers and she kind of crushes them in her hands. And into almost like it's almost like weird because of the fact that it looks like it becomes like dust somehow, like it doesn't really physically make sense. And then she opens her hand and she blows the dust into the air, and she's using her soothing fragrance as a Blumamere to calm emotions in the area.
Okay, so Mazzy walks.
And it works on spirits too.
Okay.
She walks up like this and is like, I thought, do you want to sing a song? Let's all sing a song together.
Actually,
I feel like I'm flying high enough that it didn't hit me, and I'm like, what is wrong with them? We're singing a song.
I agree. And then it starts clapping and the spirit is... And then the crocodiles around like start dancing a bit as well. That is lovely. What a you did not tell me you were a griot, a musician, a bard. Oh, beautiful. You can go take your boat. Today you've given me so much calm and joy. I don't know how you did that. I'm not even hungry anymore. I just want to dance.
We'll dance with you later when we come back, okay? Thank you so much, Crocodile Spirit.
Yes.
Like usher everyone quickly into the boat. Let's all get quickly
over the boat.
Shetani, the scene is very weird for you. Just notice, like, you see crocodiles dancing. It looks like a music. It looks like a musical all of a sudden. You're not sure what's happening.
I just look over at Wavu and I'm all like, are we sure this isn't still a dream? Like, would we know if this... Oh, okay. Right. And keep, fly overhead while they're in the boat.
Are there paddles at all with the canoe? Yes. Or is it... Yeah? Okay. Kamea would take a paddle at the back.
And Coco helps Baobab into the boat because she's worried that his little fragile body doesn't want anything to happen to him.
And don't let the hem of my skirt get wet. I hate the mud.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I to help him with his garments into the boat.
Thank you.
I'd pass the other paddle to Massey as well.
Okay.
I like this.
That's actually a good idea. Sorry. That's a good idea because...
She points her spear right at Coco's head and says, try one of your things on me again, and you will meet this one. Leave your little powders in your bag. And she takes the other paddle from Kamea and like sort of angrily starts paddling.
Angry paddling is good because some strange currents are coming from the island. Really powerful ones, strange for a lake of this size. And you have to roll athletics, both of you, so those who are rowing, to manage to keep the canoe on track.
All right.
Shetani, from your height, you just see that the canoe is going especially slowly, as if there's something, like we don't see anything in the water, but you see that they're a bit slow.
Athletics is going to be a dirty 20 for me.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Nice.
I just like come gliding down while they're doing this, and I'm like, could you imagine having to struggle like this under that garish noonday sun? Much better, much better.
I am only looking at the crocodiles on the left and right of the canoe. Much better, much better.
Masimba, for your athletics check.
I'm right at my athletics check is 12. I'm actually standing
12.
at the front of the boat, like watching, because I already know that like strength-wise, I'm probably the beef of the crew. So she tries to stay in front a lot, or at least a little bit of head. So she's sort of in the front with the paddle, just sort of looking, watching.
Yeah.
But I'm only 12.
You're surprised by Kimea's strength, as she's actually doing most of the rowing, but you manage to keep your side at least straight.
Archery arms. Archery arms.
There might be a lion blood hidden in this Swala woman, you start wondering. The lake is not actually in the middle of it. It's beautiful. Actually, it reflects the stars, and it seems as if you are actually like almost sailing on stars, because it just doesn't stop between the sky and the clouds. Sorry, and the waters. This kind of beautiful reflection is broken only by the tiny island in the middle, and you can see some statues or rocks or something like Shetani you noticed before the others, but now everyone else can see them, and a few bushes, and then these like structures like standing up, some sort of statues with wide open arms and long rectangular heads. With a loud thud, the canoe hits the shores of the little island.
I would first take a look on the shore for any other crocodile spirits that we might have to appease before we go forward.
It seems very empty.
Okay. I'd hop out of the boat and... Well, this is the rock. This is the rocks that is on the tablet. Shall we go take a look around?
Yes, but be careful. We don't want to annoy any other spirits here. Before we touch anything, sort of ask maybe or something.
Yes.
Yep. And Masi said I can't do what I did back there with the flowers.
Maybe just on
You
spirits.
You can use it on spirits, just not on me, child. All right?
Okay.
Go grow some flowers.
You keep calling her child. Aren't you like 19?
What?
You
No.
aren't. How old are you?
She's not 19.
You.
I'm 19, yes.
Exactly. Who are you calling child?
Are you asking for a duel, Shetani? I don't mind going head to head with another chief.
Has anyone told you that you're beautiful when you're angry, Chief?
Now.
I am watching to understand what is happening. Is this a thing, as they say? I do not understand.
Nope.
I believe it might be flirting. I don't know.
I mean, hey, you got a chief who's not afraid to die and a chief who's not afraid to kill. I mean, it really does just sort of, yeah.
I think it's what I did, but without the flowers.
I don't land on this island, by the way. I'm just waiting to see
I helped Baobab out of the canoe.
Do we have a sense of like which way we're supposed to go on the island? There's nothing.
There's this like circle of statues in the middle, and that's the only noticeable thing you see. In the very middle on top of the hill.
What are the statues of? Just different figures, people, lineages?
You can roll, I think, a history with... religion, which had religion in this case.
I'm not religious.
Should we all roll? Like anyone who's...
You can all roll.
I'm going to make the choice not to roll because I have no idea what these are. I got here yesterday. I got no idea.
That makes sense. I got a 17.
I'm having horrific rolls today. I'm an 8.
I finally got a natural 20 there. I don't know, maybe it's my superior vantage point.
Tiny nose.
See the pattern, Yeah.
So, Shetani, natural 20, you notice those are ancestral statues, but they appear to be related to red ancestors. Like black ancestors are the good ones, the ones ancestors of the night, of peace, of coolness, of the positive forces that support the living creatures. And then there's the red ancestors who are like they burn, destroy, they're angry and red. And it seems to be statues of red ancestors, actually.
So the better ancestors, good. I do come back towards them and I say, these are the red ancestors. Coco, perhaps it is they that are calling to you.
You see her take her mask that she had kind of attached to her hip, and then she kind of takes a look at it. She looks at the front of the mask, and then she turns it back around, and then she puts it onto her face.
It's foggy around you, and you hear the calming, soothing voice of Grandmother Tree. Hello, little Coco. How are you doing?
Hi, Grandma. How are you?
There's only there's fog around you. You just see the massive trunk of her, and there's 4 faces all speaking at the same time. But it's normal. That's how one of the many ways in which she manifests herself. My roots are healthy and dry. How about yours?
Oh, I'm not sure I have any roots, Grandma. Do I?
You do, of course. You have made some friends. Isn't that wonderful?
I have really good friends. They've come to help me. Are you going to help me?
I am helping you now. I will tell you one thing, my little Coco. Whatever happens, don't make your friends die. Friendships are precious. Do you see this?
Yes. They're
So
very important.
You promise me you will not kill them, right?
I promise.
Don't forget my words. You can do it. I am watching over you, little Iniko. I think you're special. You can do good things.
I know I can. And thank you for your guidance and for your friendship.
You feel a wooden hand on your jaw, and you see for the first time tears coming out from her 4 faces. You are welcome. Thank you, Iniko, for being so sweet. You have the mask in your hands and the vision is gone.
So we just saw her basically talking to this. We didn't see the other people.
She just blanked out.
Talking.
She blanked out. She
Okay.
blanked out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all right, Coco?
Who are you talking to?
Feel really good, actually.
Even though the place looks like we are to go is the red ancestors?
I saw Grandma. She told me that I can do it. She believes in me. So I believe in myself too.
And that's enough for me. And now, after you.
And so I then go forward. So you'll see Iniko kind of with a little bit more strength and confidence go a little bit further to the center of the where the statues are.
Does anybody follow her and goes with her?
I do.
Okay.
I keep flying overhead.
Okay. And Beobab and Masimba?
I actually walk closer to the front because I'm a wall. So I'm proceeding forward, but very cautiously because I always do not trust first, ever. Of course, anything.
I watch them walk forward, and I also regard the statues. Then I realize I am standing near the edge of the water, and I hurry after them.
Okay. As you get into the circle around you, you see that the statues start lighting up slowly. They grow horns very, very long horns, and their faces turn round. And then the stars go brighter, and even you, Shaitanya, drawn inside is very strong power. You can try and roll. Okay, then you join the others, and the statues turn into giant versions of the Council of High Horns. It's them, and you hear the whispers again. Oh, you made it. You brought her here. Thank you. Now you need. We're so grateful. We're not allowed to make that journey because red ancestors like us, yes, they're not allowed. Only fallen mortal. So thank you so much. Now you need to learn the true meaning of this. One of them starts walking towards you, a very old man with no teeth. Well, there is one thing we learned many centuries ago, that we can solve two problems with one spell. We can destroy the most dangerous duendes, while at the same time making our lives longer. We became a blend between ancestor and fallen. We are like gods. It whispers all around you.
I immediately step between him and Coco. I put Coco behind me immediately.
I stand up in front of both of them, like, do not touch my people. That's what you are intending to do.
Iniko, you mean? She's a spirit child. You should let her go, Queen. Yes, Queen Masimba, you should let her go.
I finally land next to Coco, and I just look at her and I say, moment of truth, Coco. Do you stay like this and we all fight and maybe die? Or do you become something else?
They look shocked at Shetani as he says that.
Grandma told me not to let you die, but I will fight. I will not become a Dwen.
So you have chosen death, all of you. Rolling initiative.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Dang it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Put me in a very complicated position here where it's like the end of everything. Okay. And it's like, but maybe don't. Oh, okay. That is going to be a 17 for me this time.
Okay, hold on.
9 for
9 for you too. Darn it.
What's your dex? Coco?
My dex
Yeah.
is 14 or plus 2 for the.
Okay. I'll probably go first. I've got 18 for my dex. So I'll go first.
And then Babao, and then me. No, Shatani is next.
Yeah, Baobab's after me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's well, who's first? Shetani.
No, she meant they both got 9. Camilla will be ahead of Coco. I got
So
17.
I think it's Shetani, then Baobab, then I'm not sure what Massey's is.
I was 17.
Oh, 17. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
no,
then,
I'm 16. I'm sorry. I'm confused looking at this.
Okay.
Right.
16.
Oh, so Baobab and Massey are both 16? Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So the 17 Shetani, you're first, right?
Yep.
Okay. What do you do? You act before the council.
Yeah, y'all already know what I'm gonna do. I just I look at the old man, Hex. I'm gonna curse his constitution. And I am going to Eldritch Blast him. Yep. which is an 18 to hit him.
Hits.
Alrighty. That is going to be for 10 points of damage. I just imagine her. She's just like, grandmother says not to let you die. Cool. Bam. Okay. And that is actually, could I do something different instead? I apologize. It's okay. I declared it, so if I can't, it's fine. But I would actually like to do something different. Instead of Hex, I would like to activate my Armor of Agathis, so I won't shoot him. I won't do that 10 points of damage.
So what are you activating?
My Armor of Agathis. You just see like ice just comes up like all over in my shimmering like gossamer clothing, like freezes solid all around me. Yeah. And I'm gonna Wavu's gonna disappear. And that will be what I do. Because I can't cast both spells in the same round. So that's it. And then that's it for me. Ready to throw hands. Yeah.
Okay. And now it's was it Beba or Masimba first?
Baba he did it first, so he's
okay, cool.
So how many opponents do we appear to have?
So there seems to be 8 of them around you.
It's an AoE.
And are they equidistant or are they grouped?
Equidistant, yeah. All around.
Is there a primary one, a speaker?
Yeah, the one that was not attacked by Shetani.
And do they appear to be tree spirits? Is that what they, or are they flesh? What do they appear to be?
They seem to be, like a strange hybrid, like mortals that have spent too much time in the netherworld, something like that.
Very good. Then I will take a piece of coal out of my pocket and whisper to it and throw it in the air above them. And when it reaches its apex, I say the final word. It is normally snow and chunks of snow that fall back down, but this time I will change that element to fire and it will rain upon them. Normally this is Snylock's snowstorm, but instead it is a firestorm. It is the way of my order to change the element of a spell.
Yeah.
Cool.
They get a dexterity saving throw.
9.
And I'll try to get as many as I can within a 90-foot sphere.
3 of them.
I'm sorry, a 5-foot sphere.
Okay, then 1 of them.
Nah. Very good. Nine points of damage. Fire.
Okay. Burns his clothes partially and his skin as well. You can see some of the skin burning, but he doesn't move nor react.
Huh.
And Chimera.
Am I still standing?
Oh wait.
Sorry,
Masimba, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, so let me think. All right, so Masimba is going to walk toward the one that was speaking. And as she's talking, she's like, my ancestors were Ward, the bravest. And she sort of unties like her dress robe and it falls to the ground. And at the same time, she turns into a lion spirit. So she accepts her beast form. And she would like to basically lunge at him. And like she has drawings on her face that sort of resemble teeth, but real sort of almost saber tooth tiger type teeth grow out of her mouth. And she lunges right at him and bites for, let's see. Come on, man. Does an 11 hit? No, wait.
No.
13.
Not enough.
Damn.
Yeah. So he steps aside and looks at you with glowing eyes as you roar next to him. Actually, it's their turn. I forgot them as well. It doesn't matter. Yeah. And so he looks at the others. It appears we have a good fight, so we're not going to disappoint you. He opens his arms. You have an attack opportunity, actually, Massimo, because he's like just floating backwards to the statue. So you can, if you want, attack opportunity. For your character, Masimba, if you want, you can roll an attack opportunity.
I would what? I'm sorry?
You can attack him as he goes backwards.
Yeah.
Oh, because I have an opportunity attack. Well, then
Yes,
with that, she says, "Don't walk away from me. Don't you know who I am?" And she holds her hand up, and these claws just start come out, and she swipes. Oops. She swipes him as he walks away. And oh gosh, 18, 19, 20, dirty 20.
It's damage.
Finally, the dice have been crapping on me all day. Yeah. That would be a whopping 5 points of damage.
He covers his wound that you slash on his shoulder as he reaches the statue. And then all of the other members of the Council of High Horns merge into him, kind of like just fly into his mouth, and he breathes them in, and then he starts glowing red, really bright. And that's his only action. Good. So he moved and did it. Yeah. Then now it's Kimea.
I'm still standing next to Coco, so I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on Coco. So let me just look up what that spell does. There it is. So you get protection against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. So anytime any of those creatures attack you, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. So that's my action. And then I am going to move, kind of get out of a clump. And I'm just going to kind of move over to the side, try to get myself a good vantage point for if I need to shoot, when I need to shoot him with an arrow next turn. And that's my turn.
Iniko.
Once she does that, she touched basically wherever Kimea like touched her, she will like put her hand over Kimea, and then she takes a moment to hold the bracelet that her mother had given her, and takes a deep breath, and she says, "I know what I have to do." And then you'll see where she takes the mask and she puts the mask onto her face again, but then you see where she stretches out her arms, and then it almost looks like there's yellow, what would look, if it was a normal color, it would look almost like vines, but then there's still flowers, like at least iridescent, shimmery, like flowers that are surrounding the vines as it reaches out for Earthbind to try to take hold of the now it's like all of the different council members in one, right? In one person. Yes. So she basically tries to take hold. So you have to do a strength saving throw for me.
Have a 14.
That just makes it.
Okay.
So she tries, you see where basically these what looks like vines try to reach out to hold the being, but unfortunately it's it basically just dissipates. And so she's just looking distraught and a little bit confused, but that was my turn.
And we're back to Shetani, right?
Hex, his Constitution, and Eldritch Blast. That is going to be a 19 to hit.
Hits, yes.
For 13 points of damage. And this time, I do not get behind Mossy. I get between this thing and Coco.
Okay. And so you're not flying anymore?
I thought I had to land when we came into this place. No, if I can fly, I'm super flying. No, I'm flying. No, if flying is on the menu, I'm leaving.
On the ground.
It's actually you got drawn down, but you can. It's your choice. You can go
if flying is an option, I'm absolutely in the air during all the bang 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 bang. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, and that's it for me.
Yeah, and Baobab.
Oh, you're muted, TJ. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I think that this is bad to have so many spirits in one body. Too much power. I will try to bind him. I will slam my wrists together and say ancient words into my closed fists. Then I open my hands and let those secrets free. I release Witch Bolt.
Good.
Oh shit! Natural 20.
Yay!
That surprised me. That is very good. Damage.
Critical, right?
Then give in to the dark magic, Baobab. Let it course through
you. Can do critical damage as well?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment.
Valid. Yeah.
What? Okay. 38 points of damage.
Whoa.
Okay.
Nice.
They're overwhelmed by the flood of magic, and it's definitely not enough to take them down, but they're surprised by this. And
I'm surprised by this. I never get to cast the spell in the village.
You can see now, this creature's focus is you, but before they do something, Masimba.
I fall into something?
Well, before they do something, it's your turn, Masimba.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
I have a question, just as an aside. Witch Bolt continues doing damage, but subsequent times it's not still double because of the crit, right? It's just going to do the normal damage going forward, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, it should be. I mean,
yeah. It's like, but the subsequent damage off of the Witch Bolt is not doubled, correct? It's just the initial hit is doubled, and then, or is all of it doubled? Really, it's up to you. It's DM's discretion.
Yeah, I would say only the first hit is all, and then it's because it's like a separate. It's a different damage. So yeah.
Makes sense. I was kind of hoping he was just gonna keep just lighting this dude up. Yep. Okay.
Seriously. All right. Well, Mazzy is still a lion, so she's just going to lunge again and attempt to bite. No, she's gonna run up, and then she's about to bite, but instead she turns around and her tail whips around because her tail is more dangerous, and her tail just sort of swings at him for, let's see. Holy crap! 26. Does a 26 hit?
Yes, definitely hits.
I was beginning to give up my dice, man. Okay, let's see. Let's see. It's probably like, let's see. It says crit, but it's 17 damage.
Nice.
Go
figure.
Well, do you crit on a 19 or 20? Is that why it says that?
I don't know. I use D&D Beyond, but it says form of the beast, tail damage, crit 15. But then I get to add my strength modifier to my attack rolls and damage rolls, so it's 2. So it's 17.
Yeah, you do whatever it says you did. Yeah. So, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
They're shocked by the strength of the whip, basically, that goes on them, and you see as a reaction is them now. 2 more arms come out. Red masks start floating around them.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like this is serious. They are quite weakened. You can tell already by what you've done. With one arm, they look at Baobab. Is this your heart? You actually see your own heart beating in their hands, and they start crushing it. Constitution. You have underestimated our power. What did you roll? You need at least
17 is on the dice. I have no modifier.
Okay, you needed a 14, so to survive, you would have been insta-killed otherwise. So it was.
Oh,
Dang.
gosh.
Oh, we're doing it like that, huh? Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
With the other hand, they look at Shetani. Do you really need those wings? Maybe you could give them to us. Something flutters in the other hand, and then they start crashing. So it's a dexterity save in your case. You feel your wings are uncomfortable.
I think you're muted, Dave.
Oh, you're muted. Yeah.
Said thanks. I hate it. Dex, that is going to be 17.
Something invisible tries to grab your wings, but you manage to avoid, like to wrangle your way out of it.
Barrel roll.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. So Baobab.
Oh,
Baobab. Yeah.
is it my turn?
DJ. Yes.
Oh, I think, did he already go with the witch bolt?
Yeah, we're.
Oh, the witch bolt. Yes.
I think it's
should be to Kamea or
I think it's Kamea,
yes, Kamea's
yeah.
turn.
I think it's Kamea.
Oh, okay, man. Sorry. Yeah, I went
No,
backwards.
that's super okay. I am going to, I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my planar warrior ability again, and then I'm going to fire a longbow shot at the ancestor. That is going to be a 19 to hit.
Hits.
An 11. Okay, so that's 2d8 plus 6, and it's all force damage. That is, that's not bad. 11 plus 6, that's going to be 17.
A lot of damage, and you notice their eyes go wide open. They're not expecting so much resistance from all the 5 of you.
Awesome. And then, I'm gonna stay where I am, keeping an eye on Coco the whole time.
Okay, and Iniko.
Actually, sorry. I am going to use my antelope step, actually, to turn invisible. So that'll be till the beginning of my next turn, or like until I next attack or force a saving throw.
Iniko.
Okay, let me see. So just to because I'm still new to druids, witch doctors. You can't do a cantrip and an attack action. It's basically one or the other, correct?
Cantrips are usually actions, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to.
Well, if you have a spell that is a bonus action, you can cast the bonus action spell and a cantrip in the same turn. Otherwise, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
The specific scenario.
She's going to Iniko is going to take her her utanashale, which is basically her bow and arrow, and she's going to aim at the main baddie to try to take him down. That's 21.
That hits.
Okay. And that is for 8 points of damage with the short bow.
The arrow goes straight in the stomach, and the red glow of the combined council is decreasing rapidly. The eyes are moving around, looking for something. What do you do, Shetani?
We're back to my turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you said this dude looks biological, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send Wavu in on him. Which Wavu got 16 to hit. Is that enough?
Yes, it's exactly enough. Yeah.
Then he needs a con save at disadvantage.
So disadvantage, it's a 9.
Yay, that is not enough. All right. So Wavu bites him for 5 and poisons him for 12. I give that to you separate in case he's got some sort of mitigation.
Yeah. The glow is fading a lot, and you can see the shock in their face.
You've already lived too long.
Okay. Actually, in their turn, they start stepping back. Iniko, join us. You become one of us. You will not die. We are the only solution to make you whole forever. We were all like you before. This ritual will make you one of us, and you will not kill your friends. If you don't join us, this fight is just the beginning of you murdering all of your friends. We're going to help you. Join us.
No, I'm going to do all that I can to make sure that their lives are protected and the lives of the others. I refuse.
If you plan on destroying us, then we'll all go together. The island starts sinking. So you see the water is rising, but actually it's the island that is sinking. And you do see things in the water moving all around. Bilbab.
I continue to, first, I am clutching my chest because I felt the magic grip my heart, and I'm recovering from that. So I pull myself up with the help of my staff. I continue to pull myself up, take a breath, and keep the witch bolt centered on this unfriendly spirit. The witch bolt this time does 16 points of damage continued. 1-6.
Yeah. They almost stumble as the glow fades, and now you can see this, they're almost like disassociating a bit. You can see like they start like breaking apart into several shadows, then forming again into one, and it's kind of like they're starting to fall apart. You can see that. Masimba.
Okay, Masimba turns right back into human, even though she has no dress on. She does not care. She reaches for her Ikwa. She says, "By the power of Go Simba!" And she throws it like a spear.
You have an advantage this roll because the spear has fully awakened now.
Why, thank you, DM.
Soaked it in my coffee.
Let's see. Okay, I'll take the 9 + 2. That's a 10 hit.
10 misses. You see something that appears like a lion, but it just goes past by.
Oh wait, I think I rolled the wrong thing. No, I didn't. I was right.
You rolled advantage,
Right.
so twice, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the first I was either a 1 + 2 or so.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You avoided the one.
Bad.
Okay. Yeah.
You know.
Okay. And Kimem?
I am gonna fire again, and I'm gonna hit him again. And I think the planar warrior ability I can do every turn as a bonus action, so I'm going to keep doing that. That is going to be a 16 to hit.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. So that's 2d8.
You rolled your advantage for being invisible, right?
No, until I attack, so I'm visible again.
But you get advantage on the roll, and then if you hit them, you appear. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, that's higher, but not a crit. So I will take that one. Okay, that is gonna be 4 + 5 is 9, + 6 is 15 points of damage.
The light is almost fading. You hear the voices, the whispers, only you and Iniko in your mind now. Last chance to join us. Don't kill your friends. Save us and join us. You don't want blood in your hands. You're a good person. Iniko, what do you do?
You see her kind of looking around. Her eyes are darting around, and she kind of puts her hands to her head for a second, as if she's like fighting something within her. She then grasps her mother's bracelet again. She closes her eyes and she opens them, and then she reaches down and unsheathes her moon blade, and she rushes forward to attack.
You can attack.
Yep.
You're close enough. Yeah.
And that is a 18.
Slashes through. Damage. There's not a lot of health points left, so it's
For 8.
8 damage.
Yes.
You cut clean through the head and behead the creature. The head rolls to Baobab's feet. It feels strange, as if time has stopped. The red light starts glowing stronger, and there's a burst of light, a flash. And the statues then start slowly crumbling, but everything feels like it has been slowed down, like time is not functioning properly anymore. You see the elderly creatures that were the council almost coming out of this body, screaming and limping and trying to get out. And then you see children laughing joyfully, coming out, surrounding you, running around you. Thank you. Thank you for freeing us. Thank you so much. Oh, finally. Spirit children of all shapes and sizes running away from the corpse, decapitated corpse, and running towards the sky. And they seem to be becoming part of the sky, like joining the stars, and the stars are shining brighter and brighter as this happens. One of them just stands there, one last one, in front of Iniko. Wow, you managed to do all of this. Do you want to join us? Or do you want to stay here? What do you want to do?
How is the child shorter than she is?
Yeah, it's a very small child.
Okay, so she's going to kneel down and hold the child's hands, and she's going to talk back and say, I didn't do this alone. I couldn't have done it without my friends here. But I cannot leave. My purpose is yet to be fulfilled, little one.
The little girl holds your hands and then looks at everyone else, and you feel her voice in your head. Your friendship will save her. Don't forget this. And will save yourselves too. We will look at you from the sky. Like a falling star upside down, the child disappears into the sky. And you see all glittering, all the spirit children briefly appearing, disappearing. And then you have just this sense of being observed by this beautiful starry night. And you know that for this night, at least, you're safe and you have succeeded. And that's the end.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you,
Alan.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you guys for playing.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank
I
you.
want to DM that.
Thank you.
Right? Oh my gosh. Thank you all so much for watching tonight and coming to hang out at this wonderful table and experience Wagadu with all of us. This was just such a treat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alan, for running this like wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
Thank you,
for being
Dave,
the-
TJ, and Brianna.
Thank you, all of you, for being the
Wow.
most awesome players.
Yeah, let me say just one last thing. You guys support the Wagadu Chronicles. It is difficult being an independent game producer, and this is really something special. And the PDF is amazing. It is very high quality. Like, definitely support this. Do more of this. Like, more of these stories need to be told.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you for
Have
letting
you-
us bring
Thank
this to life,
you.
like all of these beautiful characters and this world, and being able to be a part of it in such a special way. Really, thank you so much for this.
Thank
I
you
wanted
for
to make
doing
my
so much
friends.
honor.
Thank you.
And I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, this wonderful, amazing cast, for coming to hang out with us here on our channel. Please come back again, and we'll have to do this again at some point. Just before we leave, if you just want to say your names and where you're at and what you're doing, and then we will let you all go for tonight. Alicia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alicia Marie, and I'm at Alicia Marie Body, and you can follow me anywhere on socials at that handle. Tomorrow night, I'll be playing on Fabled 42 in their Fallout adapted 5e campaign called Vault 42. It's a lot of fun, and I get to play a robot, so come through.
Amazing. Thanks.
On
Dave.
B.Dave Walters. I say words about things. I'm somewhere doing something 5 to 7 days a week. So just follow me on the tweetagrams at B.Dave Walters for assorted dopeness. And thanks again for coming with us on this one. It was a lot of fun.
TJ.
Hi, TJ Storm. Thanks for joining us in the amazing, beautiful world of Wagadu. Again, Allan, this world is beautiful. Thank you for making this happen, and thanks for being a beautiful storyteller, man. It is amazing. I could see everything that you were saying because you understand the world, and the world is so rich. You guys support Wagadu if you get a chance. It is an amazing set of stories that absolutely need to be told. It is beautiful. Thanks for having me, and thanks for making this so beautiful.
Briana.
Hi guys, I'm Briana, also known as Utahime Cosplay. I'm a cosplayer and streamer. You can catch me at Utahime Cosplay on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch, and Briana DeCoster on Twitter. And then you'll find me also too at Fable 42 on Fridays in Wizards of Ukador as Kazana Moonshadow, and on Saturdays, the Ash, the super mutant barbarian who gives Tipper, Alicia over there, a hard time on Saturday evenings in Vault 42. Again, thank you BlackwaterDnD for having us, and Allan and Twin Drums and the Wagadu Chronicles, absolutely amazing. I'm really honored to have been invited to be a part of this. And again, thank you guys all, and amazing players and friends. I love you guys. Thank you.
Allan, and if we're wanting to find out more about the Wagadu Chronicles, where can we find that?
Yes, so you can check on Twitter. We have a lot of updates. It's Wagadu Chronicle with no S because it didn't fit, so it's Wagadu Chronicle. Yeah. And then we have a newsletter there. There's a link, and we always send updates. Actually, we're soon going to be sending an errata version, like with a couple of updates on the free book, so just for free. And in future too, when we're like producing more material, we'll be sharing on the newsletter, so you can find there, and Twitter and Instagram too, if you want. So, and for my personal one, Allan Cudicio, I'm on Twitter with my name. You'll find me easily. And thank you so much, BlackwaterDnD, for having me. Allowing me to organize. Yes, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh!
And then to all of you for like bringing this world, like, you know, you made my job so easy tonight, because like we're all so cool, like really such cool characters.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Also, I would encourage everyone to go check out the Wagadu Discord. It is a beautiful, wonderful, amazing place where actual lore is we're currently in the Witch King Challenge, and it is so fun. Please go get involved. There's lots of, you can interact directly with the developers, ask questions, read the lore. It's so beautiful and so amazing. Please go check it out. I'm Emma. I'm here from BlackwaterDnD, and thank you all so much for coming to join us, and we will see you folks soon. Good night, everyone. Good night.
Bye.